Chris, how was your drive in?
Not a problem. The only issue was the guy in front of me at Tim Hortons got stuck in the driveway.
Oh.
And I was about ready to walk out there and tell him if he doesn't want to put snow tires on, just go home and stay there, you know.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mike. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Stuff on here.
Ryan is there. And Andy, if you can hear me, Ian's not joining us right away this morning, correct?
Correct, Mayor Chop.
And Andy, did you have the number for the Rogers piece that was pulled and where you wanted to put that?
Yes, Mayor Chop, that's resolution number 14 from the CIC minutes of last week, so we'll just address them when we get to the CIC minutes.
Okay, now I didn't have any notification of anything else. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Chop, that's the only item that's been pulled for discussion.
Perfect. Thanks. All right. Welcome everyone. Obviously I think we've got everybody online here. The only one we're missing is Councillor Rabbits. Unfortunately, he had other commitments at work this morning. I think he was maybe going to try to join us later. But again, if everyone could please ensure their phones are on silent mode, I will now call the meeting to order. As we get moving along here, approval to the agenda, changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, if I could have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? And that's carried. I just have to, somehow Councillor Taylor has gone off my pin. 1 second. I either get only you, Ryan, or none of you. Strange, I've never had a problem with this. My apologies, just give me 1 minute here. I just need to be able to see everybody. All right, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Michele, Councillor Columbus, Councillor Martin. Where is Councillor Huffman now? Okay, I think we are ready to go. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? All right, seeing none, we do have 2 deputations this morning, and each, the first will have 5 minutes, and the chamber, I believe I told you guys in the email we would give you 15. Afterwards, we'll ask you to remain in the feed so that councillors can ask you some questions after they receive the deputation. So the first deputation, Mark, I believe you're here to speak to better internet solutions outside of the Universal Broadband Fund.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, please, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Council, and thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you in regard to the Rogers application, which affects all of Norfolk County. I was born and raised in Norfolk County and lived here my whole life. I have always had a great interest in technology and communications, and my post-secondary education is in broadcast television and communications technology, which led to me working for smaller community stations as well as alongside and for large telecommunications companies in professional, live TV, and live sports broadcasting environments. One of the greatest challenges regarding this application is the lack of any information and secrecy, not only from the public, but from all of the councillors that represent our community. On top of this, I'm concerned that Council is willing to endorse a corporate telecom giant over our own local internet provider, Quick. The Universal Broadband Fund is committed to getting 100% of Canadians connected by 2030 and is now on track to having 98% connected by 2026. This sounds like a long time to wait to have our problems properly solved. By the time Rogers is able to get started on install of this project, other services will already be broadly available. According to the service map on the Universal Broadband Fund page, my home should have access to 25 megabits per second download and 5 megabits per second upload speeds. With my previous provider explained, it is not possible to get those speeds. The only other option I had available prior to switching to Starlink Internet was to build a large tower on my property at my own expense just to reach Bell Wireless Home Internet. Aside from the cost of having to build my own tower, the monthly bill would still be more expensive for a plan that is significantly slower and with usage caps. The Bell Wireless plan is $150 a month for 50 megabits per second download, versus Starlink being $129 for 150 megabits per second download. One of the many concerns is that a lot of rural areas in Norfolk County are unable to access the technology that the UBF map says is already available and may not be addressed through this Rogers UBF application. This leads me to believe the Rogers application will not be the solution for many Norfolk County residents. In regards to the Rogers application, why should the taxpayer spend $1 for the install of infrastructure that Rogers stands to profit and with no monetary return for the county? Rogers can and will submit the application regardless of any monetary endorsement from Norfolk County. Even after the install of broadband internet to the underserviced areas of Norfolk County, it is likely that there would still be extra costs to have homes or businesses connected to that service. This is by no means the least expensive or best solution for our residents to get connected to high-speed internet now. Not to mention that there is no commitment, release of costs, or terms of service for these rural internet plans Rogers will be offering. We should instead embrace the new technologies developed by Starlink, OneWeb, Kuiper Systems, and many more. Starlink is here and already in the beta testing phase, and I can personally speak for the quality of service. I previously mentioned the 150 megabits per second unlimited plan, but Starlink plans to provide service up to 1 gigabits per second with potential of 10 gigabits per second. I've been closely monitoring the data and quality of service from Starlink, and so far I am very impressed. And this is still only part of the beta testing phase. Starlink already has over 10,000 users and has opened up pre-orders to the public with availability to all areas mid to late this year. As they launch more satellites, install more ground stations, and improve networking software, the data speed, latency, and uptime will improve dramatically. Starlink is ideally suited for areas of the globe where connectivity has typically been a challenge. Unbounded by traditional ground infrastructure, Starlink locations where access has been unreliable or completely unavailable. With the March 15th deadline for UBF applications, there is ample time to get full disclosure to all councillors. Prior to committing to an endorsement letter, we need to have these questions answered. Why do anything beyond what we committed to our local provider Quick Internet's UBF application? I look forward to seeing these UBF applications to be approved, But in a time of such turmoil and uncertainty, there is no need to throw extra money to accelerate the process or to beef up an application, which may also result in bumping quicks. I'm very certain these low Earth orbit satellites will provide the necessary services long before these applications will be completed. These corporate government deals have proven to take many, many years and tend to drag on. Why should we spend money on internet services that could take years to install when newer, faster technology is here now and could be broadly available before shovels even hit the ground? And if I have a little bit extra time, I'll just highlight a couple other points. Some critical
You're actually 1
information.
minute here to go, Mark.
Information to be disclosed is if Rogers will be providing true fiber optic to the door or just fiber optic to existing copper and cable lines, which could be outdated in a few years. The variations of fiber installs are often referred to as FTTH fiber to the home, FTTN fiber to the node, or FTTC fiber to the curb. FTTH fiber to the home is straight fiber optic cable to the home, which is sufficient technology, but FTTN fiber to the node is very likely to be outdated in a few years. One of the tests I performed with my Starlink internet involved Netflix streaming on one device, Disney Plus on another, and I was able to carry out a half-hour plus long video call with no obvious lag or interruptions. It was certainly a higher quality video call than what I could previously do.
Okay,
That's
thanks,
the gist.
Mark. If I could have a motion to receive the deputation's information, please, first. Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that's carried. Jason, I saw your hand was up for a second.
Yeah, I just to be clear, so that there's no misconstrued, the UBF fund is to develop public infrastructure, so it's not to one corporation. So any corporation can use the infrastructure. That's the condition of the fund, because the federal government's putting $1.7 billion into it. So the intent is that the infrastructure goes in, and any participant then can use the infrastructure that's there. So just so that people are not confused, I do agree that Starlink has a great piece of technology, and there's lots of technological solutions, and no one solution is probably going to solve the problem for Norfolk County. And I think we got to look at all. But I just want to make sure that people are misdiagnosing this as this is a taxpayer support to one particular company, when it's really just to ensure that infrastructure is there to the home, so that any service provider can then use it. No different than when Quick's application goes in, somebody else, some other ISP can provide it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Were you aware of that, Mark? That it's open?
Yeah.
But that's the misconception that's out there, that it's just going to be Rogers as a provider. Anybody is able to use that to be a provider. It's just laying the infrastructure. Further questions from councillors for the deputation? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mark. So this isn't my area of expertise. Can you kind of touch on the difference between a provider using the UBF fund and what Starlink, how it operates?
There's a variety of different ways that Starlink can potentially provide further greater access and higher speeds than what Rogers install could be. One of the many concerns is and the biggest question I think needs to be answered is, what is Rogers committing to? A lot of these providers, they often refer to as fiber internet, and like we can reference a lawsuit that has happened with Bell where they're claiming fiber internet, but it really isn't fiber to the door. It's really just fiber installed to copper infrastructure that already exists. And through copper infrastructure, we're severely limited to what we can achieve down the road. And this is old infrastructure that requires, where it's connected to the node, it significantly experiences drop further from that node to the houses. And the more houses connected on that copper line is going to significantly impact the speeds available to the home. So I think it's critical that if we're going to endorse or write a letter of support to Rogers, that we know that it's fiber to the home and specifically fiber to the door. so that we know we're not limited to our availability of services down the road, and we're not restricted to old infrastructure that is slower. Starlink can provide services up to 10 gigabits per second with their technology. The current use of Starlink right now is not taking advantage of the lasers that the satellites are equipped with in the sky already. But as they get more satellites in the sky and improve their infrastructure, they will be using laser communication between satellites for direct line of sight. And there's no reason they can't provide services up to 10 gigabits per second. And they have definitely committed to saying 1 gigabit per second will be available. That's the key pieces, and also that Starlink is not bound by any sort of ground earthbound cables or favorable terrain. That it's available anywhere, and someone could easily, if they decide to move, easily take their dish with them from one house to the next, and it's so easy to set up. So I support, ultimately, I do support the install of fiber to the home, and I do support this application. I just don't see the reason to further beef up their application when it's going to go ahead regardless of any extra endorsement.
Okay, and one more question for you. So you are rural based on the address on your application form, I'm assuming, on your deputation form, I'm assuming. Are you familiar with any like agricultural infrastructure needs for technology? Like that's a big part of the conversation we had at last week, and the economic development benefits to the agriculture community at large. Are you able to share any kind of information on either the Rogers or the Starlink or these other satellite options and how they would service that type of industry rurally, or no?
Yeah, that's a huge concern. Being that agriculture is the driving force for Norfolk County and is really the backbone and some of our most important industry here. So it is a concern that internet access on farms is increasingly more important for not only marketing their products, but also for temporary foreign workers having fast, reliable internet. These men and women should have the same right to access to high-speed internet. But currently, data caps and wireless service is really limiting their availability. Many existing wireless internet plans available are very limited for bunkhouses and the number of people that are in those bunkhouses. There are bunkhouses with many men per building, so they need services beyond the possible 50 megabits per second limit. So if Rogers were to install fiber to the node and have copper being delivered to these bunkhouses, that would be significantly limiting to access for these workers, where there may be five men or women that are on a video call with their family back home, and it may not be sufficient, especially latency considering over the copper lines. And also not to mention that farmers have multiple bunkhouses on multiple. It's very costly to connect to the current wireless internet solutions, and the speeds are prohibited. Unlimited plans are ideal with faster connections, would be better suited as solution to bunkhouse connectivity to keep workers connected with their families back home, especially during these times of uncertainty. Considering many bunkhouses, their locations of them are not directly at the road and are sometimes in unusual locations. I truly wonder if Rogers will install infrastructure to the bunkhouses as well. And if not, what will be the cost to get those farms and those bunkhouses connected to that infrastructure that may be far from the road? There's a possibility for a significant cost if someone has to run a true fiber optic cable from the infrastructure that Rogers is planning to install to a location that may be many hundreds of meters or further from a road or from a connection. That's where I'm at on that.
Okay, sorry, one more, Mayor Chop, if I can. Just out of curiosity, Mark, are you using traditional internet right now?
Yeah, so I was on ExploreNet, but I did Starlink Corner on February 3rd, and I received my dish on February 9th. So that was very quick arrival. I'm very happy with how Starlink has been. It's miles beyond what ExploreNet could offer and what even Bell says they would offer in my area that is not available. And it couldn't be easier to set up. It's the instructions out of the box was literally like you could imagine an IKEA instruction where there's 3 pictures. Plug this in here, plug this in there, boom, you're online. From the moment that box arrived to my door, I couldn't wait to get connected to faster internet because we've been struggling with this for a long time. And from when I opened the box, I was online on the internet within an hour, and it really could not be easier and more accessible to anyone else. So I think that even if we get this, well, we will get this fiber optic install eventually, Starlink is the great solution for many for the short time period, or even those who want to receive sufficient or further access. It may be the best solution long term over these potential cable installs.
Starlink sounds pretty cool until you said IKEA instructions, and now I'm no longer interested.
But that's just to highlight how simple it is, yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you for coming forward, Mark. And my question is with respect to this 5G. We've had some emails that have been provided to council with respect to 5G versus, I guess, what regular broadband internet is. Can you share some knowledge with respect to why 5G is better than anything else?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not prepared for a lot of information with 5G, but I would consider that this is something that cell phone connectivity in Norfolk County is very poor. I also live in a cell phone dead zone that requires me I have a little antenna on my roof to boost my signal in my house. But 5G is a great option to even also work either in replacement or alongside these Starlink services. And it has the potential to eliminate any local Wi-Fi equipment. Whereas fiber optic cables, it requires you to be connected to a physical location, whereas 5G devices and the plans for the future, ultimately every device should be able to connect directly to a 5G wireless signal anywhere at any time without any Wi-Fi routers or cables. So 5G wireless solutions is another great way that will fill the gaps for our internet needs here in Norfolk County.
Thank you, Mark.
Further questions from council members? Councillor Marcelli, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, Mark. And thank you for your deputation today. Mark, you've obviously described some very good experience that you've had now that you are using Starlink to access internet. Are there any limiting factors to the ability of the public to access Starlink? I'm just thinking, is there some kind of waiting time that is growing because demand is increasing, or anything like that that might be a limit to the opportunity for the public to access Starlink?
Yeah, I can't say for certainty right now if people are still able to access the beta program. I know when it opened up, I know many people, even in my neighborhood, that have ordered. I can name on one hand for sure, maybe more, that are already connected to Starlink. In terms of limiting factors, so Starlink has committed to mid to late this year will be broadly available to everybody, not only in Norfolk County, but globally. So their phase 1 plans are to have 12,000 satellites in the air. I'm not sure by the end of the year if that's for sure, but definitely the next 13 months, they said. So 12,000 satellites is more than sufficient to service anybody in our area with high-speed internet. And on top of that, their phase 2 plans are to go to 42,000 satellites in the air. And with Starlink, being that they're a subsidiary of SpaceX, they're not limited by access to rockets and launching their satellites. In fact, last night, 60 more satellites went into the air. So that's another step closer to broadly being available to the broad public. Any other limiting factors I can think of? No, they're right on track for getting everybody connected, and even as SpaceX continues to prove their bigger rockets, they'll be able to launch more than 60 at a time. But their plans are to launch more satellites at least every 2 weeks, with a minimum of 60 satellites per launch. So it will be broadly available to the public mid to late this year.
Thank you, Mark.
So, Mark, I just had a couple questions. You said that Rogers is going to go ahead no matter what. Where does that statement come from?
Yeah, your own mouth. You mentioned that in the last council meeting that Rogers will be going ahead with this application regardless of council's support. And also just the nature of the UBF application, they plan to address 100% of the homes in this country by 2030, and they're on track for 98% by 2026. So even if Rogers is not granted the application, there's still opportunity for Bell or other providers to come in and have that addressed.
So I think one of the misconceptions publicly that's out there is that, you know, Rogers is the business who is going to make money off of us for putting this out there and so on. And you know, why would we, you know, boost an application with a for-profit corporation? Why don't we have rural internet now?
Yeah, I think the better question is what took Rogers so long?
No. My question is, why don't we have it now?
Why don't we have it now?
Yeah,
Good question, because
if all these companies can make so much money off of installing fiber to your home in the countryside, why doesn't it exist currently?
Because there are greater, denser populations that they were focused on previously because they were greater opportunities of larger profits. So they will always push off a less dense area because there's less opportunity for profit. But now that Rogers and all these large telecom companies' backs are against the wall, they're moving quickly now to get everywhere connected before they stand to lose more customers. And that's why they're all lobbying these governments across the globe to try to keep Starlink and other low Earth orbit satellite companies from accessing these customers. Yeah, I can't speak in terms of Rogers' business plan, and ultimately I do support Rogers. I want this install to happen, but I don't see reason to accelerate.
So I guess the challenge is that Rogers was the only one. It's not that I did not in any way say that Rogers was going to get this, to be very clear. What I said was Rogers can submit the application. They have to my knowledge, under the UBF, they must have a letter of support from the council, just like we supported Quick. But to be very clear, I think this is an extremely, extremely competitive process, even still. Originally, up until November, the UBF fund, I believe, was only going to be $1 billion. And then I think in light of COVID and the challenges that brought, the feds boosted that by an additional $750 million to bring it to the $1.75 billion. Like us competing for the hub with other municipalities, there was, you know, $1 billion up for grabs in that situation, and we were not successful in that application. So this is a matter of putting best foot forward to try to stand out in a $1.75 billion basically lottery to get internet where it's needed. So I don't think, and it would be a terrible misconception for the public, that Rogers is coming to Norfolk and they're laying fiber across the county if they aren't successful in receiving this funding. I guess the other question I would have is, what do you know about, so if this goes ahead, under the UBF fund, the government's essentially owning the infrastructure and all other ISPs have to be able to connect to it. Are other ISPs able to connect to Starlink?
They will be able to in the future, especially with their other services that of their phone services as well. But it's also not a closed market. There are multiple providers working on the same projects. Starlink just happens to have the leg up because of their access to SpaceX and infrastructure. So it is an open market in the sky too. There is even a Canadian company working right now, but their plans are a little further behind for 2023 and focusing on the north first. Yeah.
No, but my point there is that Starlink itself won't be allowing, say, Execulink, you know, or Bell to come on and use that technology. In this case, with laying the fiber, Execulink and those local ISP providers would be able to go and use that fiber. That's the difference between the two. Okay, any further questions from council members? Councilor Taylor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, Mark. No, I've been following Starlink for a bit, and I'm pretty excited about it, but I do have some concerns with Starlink as let's throw all our eggs in that basket, because there's a lot of telling the future at this point still. With, I mean, Elon Musk just, I think it was on the 9th, said, this is not a new concept, a satellite orbit internet network. There have been a lot of companies that have tried it. All of those companies are bankrupt now, and we're just trying not to be another one of those companies. So he went on to say, you know, we launch 60 satellites every 2 weeks. It's about 14 or, wow, it's 60 satellites every 2 weeks. They're 10% done now for their first unit. They have had great success with the better than nothing beta, but there's still a lot of kinks and concerns they're trying to work out. If we don't get the Rogers, if we don't, you know, throw our back in behind it and they don't do it earlier in this, you know, 2030 deadline than later because we haven't backed it, and Starlink goes bankrupt, what do we do then?
Yeah, so the only reason I bring light of Starlink is just to showcase other options that are available, and ultimately the best thing for Norfolk County is more competition. And that's why it is important that other providers will be able to access this fiber cable that's being installed. But Starlink is just one of the options to lighten the load on existing infrastructure that's already here. And the main focus of my conversation of Starlink is that it's a short-term solution. So Starlink is up and running, and it is providing people with access in Norfolk County already. So as more people are able to connect to other services, it will lighten the load of the ExploreNets, the Bells, and everything else. So it is key that I'm highlighting that these are solutions to help us now. They may be the best solution in the long term as well. But I hope that this install happens before 2030 of fiber in the ground. But if we don't give the extra monetary endorsement and it gets pushed to 2026 that they're on track for 98%, which I have a hard time imagining Norfolk County wouldn't fit into the 98% of homes in Canada. And I am speculating on some things, but that's the nature of what we're dealing with here, where none of council has been informed on what this Rogers application is, and until we can get more answers to the questions of what is being installed and what they're promising, it's hard to not speculate because we don't have any information. But there are so many options outside Starlink, and as the load gets lightened on those ExploreNets, the people that are with ExploreNet now, their speeds will improve as more people switch away from them, and the UBF program says they're going to service 100% of this country, but 100% of the homes in this country by 2030. So it will be addressed. It's just a matter of when, and I don't understand why we as Norfolk County in such poor financial situation in such uncertain times should be spending further money to try to accelerate the install to get people connected sooner. Because the reality of putting shovels in the ground, if they're actually going to be doing fiber to the home, which is the best option, that will take years, just because of the nature of the size of Norfolk County and the nature of how many other people are also applying to the UBF fund. So ultimately all I see us talking about here is whether or not how much we should be endorsing the application. So let's absolutely write a letter of support to Rogers' application, but I don't see why we should be waiving any fees or policies at a large cost to Norfolk County, or giving any further money on top of that just to beef up the applications to try to get install done sooner. Because if we're talking about getting the install done sooner, we're looking at 2024, 2025. I mean, there are solutions that are going to deal with this now. So let's let those solutions deal with the problem now. And then as this fiber install happens down the road, that will be even better yet.
Any further questions from council members? Councilor Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mark, thank you very much for all this information. I am wondering, is there something that perhaps, because not all of council is terribly expert at this topic, is there anything else that perhaps council has not asked you about that might be relevant in this matter?
I'm just giving my notes here. I think I highlighted enough of the UBF application. I do see that the UBF rapid response stream is closed, so having install done by the end of this year is absolutely out of the picture. So the earliest timeline we're looking at is, I mean, if they say 2023, I would have a very hard time believing that. But we're looking at more like 2024, 2025, 2026, and at worst 2030, which I don't see that being a reality, but it is possible. My other topics that I have, experience. Yeah, we can talk about alternate use for the money that you're originally talking about allocating, but I think that's up to council to decide because there are many other problems that can be addressed. But specifically to the internet problems, talked about limiting factors and advantages of Starlink. We can talk about, just so that nobody's confused, Starlink is a satellite internet service, but is unlike any other satellite internet service that is available now and previously available. This is very new, not new technology, but it's very new service, and it's extremely low latency, which is ideal for video calls and those who are interested in the gaming. It's the best option for those things other than straight fiber optic cable to the home, not fiber to the node. These Starlink satellites are over 60 times closer to Earth than traditional satellite orbits. Very low latency. I talked about their plans for 12,000 satellites, very likely by the end of this year, and phase 2 being 42,000 satellites. And from Starlink, I think I read here, 12,000 satellites are planned to be deployed for phase 1 in 2021. So yeah. I can talk more about the specifics of the how Starlink works in orbit and the different orbital shells and how they communicate with lasers. But I think I've kind of clarified that enough and don't need to beat a dead horse. But there are options out there to deal with this and help us now. And I look forward to getting fiber installed in the future.
Thank you,
I
Mark.
just have one final question for you, Mark. So would your suggestion be then we pull out of the Western Wardens Caucus and pull out of SWIFT 2.0?
No.
So SWIFT, in the second round of SWIFT 2.0, they're looking for $2.7 million contribution to beef up the ISP applications with the provincial and federal funding through other sources. And that is to address a small number of homes, not to address all 9,100 homes as was provided to council in the presentation that was delivered by SWIFT. So what the actually some specs, and I would be happy to provide that, even change the motion to any provider that can win the UBF award and bring fiber to Norfolk County. That would be $1 million contribution versus SWIFT in 2.0 is looking for 2.7 approximately. I've mentioned it at council several times now. Councillor Michelli is also well aware. To again engage for a second round of RFPs for a much smaller number of homes than 9,100 homes. So I'm just wondering if we're willing to put 2.7 million towards an application for a smaller number of homes, why would we not be interested in trying to be one of the successful recipients of the UBF fund? So what would be your rationale then for staying with SWIFT at 2.7 million?
I'm not prepared to talk about the SWIFT contract just because I'm not enlightened on the details right now. But ultimately, I don't know the timeline of when that was approved either. But I do wonder if Rogers plans also plan to solve that potential area that the SWIFT contract was planning to deal with. It was said in the last council meeting by yourself that Rogers can and will go ahead with submitting this application regardless of council giving extra money. They just need this letter of support, and I'm really wondering why we aren't trying to reach out to other providers and ask them if what they're willing to do, or what was the delay in Rogers coming to the table with this now? Is it because Starlink just came online in Norfolk County last week? Is that why all of a sudden this popped up? Or yeah, I'm going to stay away from keeping speculating, but
well, I think there's I think that's not really accurate. Any ISP provider can come forward and do this. This isn't just like taking a pen to a piece of paper and submitting an application for 50+ million in funding. This is, there are significant dollar costs are involved in any ISP provider preparing that application. So Quick, which is amazing, has gone, and they as well have prepared an application, but is to do a very small section of Norfolk County, not to take on something this big. I don't think that people are just, Rogers isn't banging down the door in every single municipality around the province. I mean, they have selected us for whatever reason they think that this application could, is competitive at the federal level, based on our ag sector and so on. I'm just guessing there, but that's how I would be looking at this. So to be very clear, yes, I am certain they will go ahead and apply, because I'm certain they've already put thousands of dollars of their staff time and money behind preparing an application to compete for this $1.75 billion fund. But in no way am I saying, just like the hub, that Norfolk County is going to be the successful recipient. And I wouldn't care if it was Rogers or Bell or Execulink or Quick, whomever could bring 9,100 homes that are currently unserviced, which is right there, it's available online through government websites. They're saying there's 9,100 unserviced homes in Norfolk County that don't have 50 megabytes or greater. If any provider could bring that to Norfolk County and be the successful recipient, then I would support them in the exact same way. All right. Thanks very much, Mark, for joining us. And we're going to move on to the next deputation. I believe Sue Downs, I think, and Jim, are you online?
I just see a
My
question.
hand is raised.
Councilmember,
Sue Downs is not able to join us this morning.
Sorry, Linda. I apologize before you get started. Mayor Chop, my hand is raised.
go ahead, Councilor Martin.
I think that is an unfair question to pose to the deputation concerning the $2.7 million in SWIFT. That's not something that council is really privy to. It's not anything that's been approved. You have mentioned it, and Councilor Michelle certainly knows because of the SWIFT program, but it's a bit of an unfair question to ask what his position would be on something that's not well noted or documented or even understood by council. That's not what he's here to discuss today, and it feels like we're putting him on the spot and cross-examining our deputations. I just don't find it to be appropriate.
Councilor Martin, it's a fair question. 2.7 million is the ask. I provided that to council. We have asked. If Mark is not aware of it, that's no problem. But the comparison is just saying we're looking at this. This is something I want to be full disclosure with the public now that we're looking at doing. And I can tell you that that is not to cover all of Norfolk County. I believe, Councilor Michelle, SWIFT sends out information. There's information available through our advisory committee and so forth. So it's just a matter of, hey, this situation's going on. We're looking at 2.7 million for a smaller number of homes. Would your suggestion then be based that this is premised on Starlink to pull out of the deal?
No, I understand, but your question was, would he endorse stepping out from the SWIFT program, and that's not what he's here to discuss today, or a fair question.
That was my question, and if he's not able to answer that, that's no problem with me.
No, we provided an answer. I'm just saying I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, we're moving on to the next deputation. Thanks very much, Mark, for joining us. Really appreciate it. Have a great day. Hopefully, more people, hopefully more people will hear about Starlink through this, and more people can get access through all of this. Linda, so if you're online and you're ready to go, I believe we set aside 15 minutes for your presentation.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Mayor Chop and council members, for allowing us this opportunity to be here and for this extra time today. My name is Linda Branderhorst. I'm the General Manager of the Simcoe and District Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today on behalf of Sue Downs, who had another appointment this morning. I'm here representing all of the local chambers of commerce in Norfolk County, including Delhi, Long Point, Simcoe, and Waterford. And hopefully online today is also Jim Norman, President of the Delhi Chamber of Commerce. It's been a number of years since all of the chambers in Norfolk County have united and worked together on any issue. And as I understand it, it's been about 8 years, if not longer. The mandate of a Chamber of Commerce is to be the recognized voice in the community and committed to the enhancement of economic prosperity. And as a group, we worked for many hours to develop our tender proposal and believe that we did identify opportunities for cost savings and revenue initiatives. We believe that as a group, we have a stronger voice coming to you today to review our findings. And we also learned that working together is something we need to do and continue to do so that we can be that united, stronger voice in our community in the future. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Jim Norman, President of the Delhi Chamber of Commerce. I hope he's there. Has he been invited in?
Nothing has come up on my screen. Let me just take a look here. Let's see.
It's that internet out in Delhi.
Exactly. Exactly. It's our number one identified priority by our economic working group. I don't, Linda, did you want to take a minute and give him a call?
Shoot. I can, just one sec. He's going to try and reconnect. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the problem is there, but if not, I do have his presentation and we can proceed. He's the banker and has the numbers, and so if there are questions afterwards, those are best.
Well, why don't we take a 5-minute break in case any counselors have to use the washroom or something, and then we'll it's 9:51. We'll come back at 9:56. There, we'll be with you.
Thank you. When they come back at
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Michelli, are you there? Just the video off.
Councillor Van Passen is moving downstairs. He had to come upstairs to fix something.
Okay. There's Councillor Taylor. All right, Jim, I think we've got quorum here, so I think we'll get started.
All right. I understand Linda's already done the introduction, so.
Yes, sir. There it's just Councillor Michelli. Sometimes his video cuts out on him out in the country there, so.
Okay, great. Anyways, good morning. I'll be speaking this morning to the Norfolk County Chamber's proposal summary document. It was sent to each of you within the last 2 weeks. As mentioned, the purpose of our deputation is to outline proposed budgetary savings that were identified in our tender proposal, CS-CSS-20-03, that could aid Norfolk County with its current budget shortfall. We wish to work collaboratively with the county to help improve arena and community hall operations, as well as identify marketing, advertising, sponsorship, and long-term investment opportunities. Our goal is to assist the county to reduce costs and increase revenues and provide long-term stability of the facilities. First question you may have is, why did the Delhi, Simcoe, and Waterford Chambers of Commerce, with the support of the Long Point Chamber and Port Dover Board of Trade, collectively submit a proposal regarding the arenas and community halls? We are committed to promoting, supporting, and advocating for existing and attracting new business towards overall goals of stimulating the economy and enhancing economic and community prosperity. Our proposal is focused on public policy and strategy for Norfolk County new businesses by ensuring the region provides robust recreational, cultural, and heritage amenities to enhance the quality of lives of Norfolk residents and attract business development. All arenas and halls were included in our proposal, given that our organizations overall collectively cover all of Norfolk County. I'll refer you to page 1 of our proposal summary document. So first of all, how did we create our proposal? We focused on 3 themes in our quest to generate budgetary savings. First was analysis and investigation. We analyzed data related to the operations, financials, organization, and engineering of the facilities in hopes of providing a base of accurate information to build the proposal. Optimization. This theme focused on operations and organization of facilities. How can we improve to ensure the facilities are operating in the best manner possible, and in turn optimize the impact of our proposed initiatives? Similar to the analysis and investigation theme, we must have a strong base to ensure any proposed initiatives will have the greatest impact. The third and final theme is regeneration and revitalization. This theme allows for the facilities to undergo revitalization and regeneration through a series of initiatives, fulfilling the goals of the tender, allowing for long and short-term sustainability for the facilities to continue. I'll refer you to page 2 of our proposal that each of you received to talk about further breakdown of these themes under the budgetary initiative analysis. Each of the themes is broken down by phases. It's important to note that each phase builds on the previous one, which provides a clear path to move forward. An example is the operational and organizational optimization will not take place until the needs assessment and consultation phases are complete. We have listed the initiatives that are required for each phase. However, additional initiatives may be identified during the proposal implementation. Now that we've established our methodology, I'm sure you all want to hear what budgetary savings we feel can be realized. I'll refer you to page 3 of our summary document. Under the budgetary proposal with projected budgetary savings, before reviewing the savings, we want to advise you that these initiatives are not quick and easy savings. They involve many hours of analysis and groups working together to develop changes and implement initiatives that are sustainable and have a long-lasting impact to the county. To complete our proposal, we submitted over 150 questions to the county to obtain additional information to assist us with the development of our proposal. In a number of cases, the information was not available, and such as the arena bookings and daily schedule of arenas were not received. Also, we noted a number of unusual financial data or inconsistencies between the various data documents. As a result, we're not able to project cost savings for many of our initiatives. We assume that the information is available. We understand that given the time constraints and the impact of COVID-19, we did not receive the information. And the information to work with the county staff, we believe that we could better complete our analysis and develop revised cost savings and revenue generation projections. Let's go on to the next piece here. The next piece is really talking about the initiatives under the 3 themes. The first one is the analysis and integration theme initiatives. Needs assessment. So before we're doing anything, a full assessment of community needs across the county, both current, state, and future, is required. Where do we expect growth in the county, and how will the growth impact needs? Also, who are the potential demographics that we're going to be looking after in the future years, and how do we build that into it? The other piece is user group and community consultation. I found during my business career that the best ideas for improvement came from the employees and customers. Although time consuming, we are proposing that residents and groups be given the opportunity to express their thoughts. Cost savings are unknown for this, but the sky is the limit. The next really is around the optimization theme initiatives. So once we've identified the first pieces and so on, the next part is how do we optimize those? What data do we have and so on? First piece is user group partnership establishment. Create partnerships with groups to operate and assist the facilities. It could be such things as ice scheduling, soliciting advertising and sponsorship, operation of facility snack bars, to name a few, and also an ongoing user group, county group that could work together on how to keep improving things. Policy and procedure implementation. To ensure consistency of operation, we identified through analysis a number of policies and procedures that, if developed, would provide consistency with the operation of facilities. Examples are arena opening and closing protocol, tournament events policy, rental policy for community, etc. What gets documented and measured improves. I think we learned that everywhere. Review of ice allotment and rental policy. As outlined previously, additional information is required from the county to allow the county and the chambers an opportunity to develop policies and projected financial efficiencies. Good news, we understand a new ice booking system is in the works. However, the cost savings on this without additional information is unknown. Facility utilization reorganization. Similar to the ice allotment and rental policy, additional information is required to allow the county and the chambers an opportunity to develop a strategic targeting of underused hours for marketing. The new ice booking system will assist with the identification of those hours. An example would be reducing ice rental costs for underused hours, at least for getting revenue for the available hours. But again, revenue generation amount is unknown. Hall opening, cleaning, and CES administration. Recommend consolidation of staffing positions and use of enhanced booking system, perhaps the new arena booking system that will improve revenue for hall rentals. We reviewed 2019 facility rental reports and identified over 1,000 hours of zero charges levied for hall rentals and 1,000 hours of incorrect hall rental charges. A full assessment is required to confirm additional revenue opportunities. Budgeting practice alterations. To identify and monitor cost reductions and revenue increases, it's imperative that all costs and revenues generated by a facility are allocated to the facility. This will assist with future analysis and determining future needs. Example, we noted $34,000 in sponsorship revenue is not allocated to the facilities that the funds were raised for. We further identified through questions posed through the tender process that budgeting would be best served on a 3-year average of actuals, which would reduce the current arenas and community hall budget deficits by about $131,000. As noted, in total, we've identified approximately $150,000 in operating budget practices that impact the arena and community hall budgets. Additional items were identified, however, full analysis of budgeting and accounting practices would need to be completed to determine additional financial impact. We want to ensure the council understands that the policies, procedures, budgeting practices, utilization identification, and user group practices identified so far in this presentation must be in place before moving ahead with any of the initiatives outlined under the final theme of regeneration and revitalization. The support mechanisms are vital to realizing the costs. Within the required identified changes, the projected budget savings cannot be. So we need to build the base and make sure that's in place before we move forward. The final proposed initiatives under regeneration and revitalization theme initiatives. Under marketing and advertising, we recommend 1 FTE from administration services be allocated to corporate communications to perform the marketing and advertising of facilities to enhance revenues and offset significant amounts of levy impact. We have huge potential with advertising at the arenas, community halls, museums, public spaces, ball diamonds, soccer fields, to name a few. We estimate conservatively revenue generation of over $250,000 when all sites are considered. Under sponsorship and corporate supplements, again, we recommend 1 FTE from administrative services to perform a sponsorship and corporate donations role. This could be combined with the advertising position as well, and be this person covering both advertising and sponsorship. This revenue stream is very much untapped in Norfolk County and can be a major source of revenue. Examples of sponsorship include indoor and outdoor facility naming rights, meeting room naming rights, museum buildings, displays, public spaces and parks, etc. We conservatively estimate revenue potential of over $500,000. Energy analysis and sustainable intervention with our facilities. Our recommendations under this initiative are mostly long-term in nature. We need to plan for the future to ensure our facilities can be sustained over the coming years. We're recommending investment in sustainable projects, solar panels on facility roofs, building hydropower generation at Quance Dam in Delhi is another one, but they're all long-term investments. Payback on these projects are approximately 7 to 8 years, depending on the project. Once paid back, the energy cost to the facilities will be minimal, providing substantial funds that can be directed towards the upkeep of community programs and/or reduce the levy. Grants are available for these initiatives, with shortfalls covered by private investment, or perhaps this would be a good use of the legacy fund, as there's a guaranteed payback, and at the same time the projects are improving the asset values of our facilities, and on a longer term basis, reducing the levy. On a short-term basis, other energy savings actions can be taken, such as low-flow taps, weather stripping, etc. We estimate that once the investments are paid back, $400,000 annually in hydro costs can be eliminated. We estimate $40,000 annually in wastewater and water savings, and depending on the magnitude of the energy sustainability options for our facilities, the potential exists to provide power back to the grid and realize another additional savings or revenue of $400,000 annually. On top of that, there's also new initiatives that will be identified in the consultation and analysis piece with the user groups and the county. This is unknown, as we anticipate that ideas will be generated as we go along. Examples could be installing a walking track at certain facilities with funding either from private investment or sponsorship. Fees for the use of the track will be initially used to pay back investors until all costs are covered. After the payback period, the track will generate funds to help with the levy. That concludes my review of our proposal. In closing, please keep the following in mind. Our proposal has been developed collaboratively and openly in a way that is consistent with our values. We feel that similar collaboration between the three chambers, user groups, and county representatives, with the support of the Long Point Country Chamber of Commerce and Port Dover Board of Trade, will provide short and long-term sustainable solutions and positive impact to the levy and facilities for the years to come. Our proposal is focused on public policy and strategies that make Norfolk County attractive to new businesses by ensuring the region provides robust recreational, culture, and heritage amenities to enhance the quality of the lives of residents and attract residential development. Our ask today is that the county and chambers work together to implement the initiatives as outlined. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to further working with you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jim and Linda. If I could have a motion from council to receive the deputation's information, Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. And I'll turn it over to the floor for questions from councillors. Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Norman, just a question. You had mentioned that right from the outset that you're there, your chambers are there to attract new business and enhance new business. And can you share with council your initiatives with respect to working more closely with our economic development department? Can you give us a brief overview of where that's going and what you're expecting with respect to working more closely with our economic development department?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, yes, we're actively involved. We are working on working with the county economic development, looking at things such as industrial land. How do we attract businesses here and into the county itself? Also, we've had a number of businesses that are looking at moving into Delhi, and we've been working with the county and planning department to try and move that forward. Other things as well, we're looking at housing. How do we improve housing in the area? And we also, right now, we're working on a project with enhancing our websites for our businesses. So we're collectively trying to get a lot of that together to attract businesses into town.
Thank you for that update.
Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Norman. You had made a comment that due to COVID, it was difficult to find information from the county, but you do have a lot of financials that you've shared and cost savings and whatnot. Was that done in collaboration with county staff and you were able to get so far through to your proposal, or is this just your own research from county documents online and so on?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, we did a lot of the information we were able to put through. There were questions that were raised with that. That's why we continued to put in more questions. On top of that, we were able to get other information off websites and so on, such as, Hockey Canada and those sorts of things to look at what trends were and so on. But we did get a lot of information from the county. But I think we were not allowed to talk to the county as part of the process. It's a tender process. But I think by working with the county parks and recreation and so on, we can ask those questions and dig deeper into it and get those questions answered that we have and perhaps find more savings.
Okay, that wasn't my understanding. I thought that there was dialogue with the county and that we didn't go the tender route. It was the calls for submission route, so that I thought that there was some confidentiality with other groups talking amongst other groups, but I thought the county was available to you.
Our understanding is that we submitted questions through the tender process and got the information accordingly.
Jason, did you wish to respond?
Yeah, just to be clear, the process is still technically active because council did receive every proposal, if you remember, and the highest ranked proposals are being dealt with currently by staff. And Mr. Norman is correct. There was a rigid process because even with the call for submission process, there needed to be consistency with how we dealt with all participants in the process. So I just, we did answer, there was a number of questions, there was hundreds of pages of information provided. And, I think once the process is completed, we'll have, more opportunity to engage more collaboratively with the chambers on that, but we're still in the middle of the process because we're dealing with 3 highest ranked proponents currently.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Chop. I believe my final questions will be for staff, so I can speak after the questions to the deputation are done.
Councillor Hoffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Norman. Thanks for your presentation. It was very informative. I do have a question though. A lot of these suggestions that you've come up with to me are common sense and kind of best practices in terms of good business. I guess my question would be, why do you think that the county hasn't previously adopted some of these policies in terms of streamlining services and looking at revenue and things like that in terms of advertising? What would be, do you think that there's been roadblocks going forward in this, or is it just something that they haven't moved forward with?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman, I really could not say on that. I mean, I believe from reviewing the information, I think it's perhaps pieces that were never looked at as far as sponsorship and advertising. I mean, there is advertising in some places. However, the revenue goes here, there, and example, I think up in Waterford, I think it goes to the Minor Hockey Association. In other places, it's going into general coffers and so on. But I don't think the sponsorship has been looked at. It may have been, I couldn't tell you. I've only been here 6 years, so I couldn't tell you that information. There's nothing that I could see that was any incidents of blocking information. It's just that we had to send in a lot of, as we got more and more into this, it ended up being 350-page document. By the time we got into this, we had to keep getting more information to try and sort things out. But again, we realized with COVID-19 and everything else that perhaps not all the information was available, or time constraints prevented that from happening.
Thank you very much, Jim. Any further questions from councillors? I think it's going to be challenging for staff to answer some questions because, as I said, we are still in the middle of that process. But what I can say is, just from talking to them, I know they are looking forward to working more closely with the chamber. And I think even on items like the sponsorship issue, that's been, I think, in the works and being discussed, I believe, with Mr. Moyard and staff for some time now. So I don't think there's any opposition to any of those items. I'm not so sure there's specific budget reductions that we have based on that for this year. But again, I know just from discussions with staff that they certainly are looking forward to working more closely with the chambers, especially with respect to economic development opportunities, which is something we desperately need.
Sure.
So any further questions then? Oh, Councillor Martin, you have another one? Or for staff now?
For staff, Mayor Chop.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Norman. And go ahead and pose your question to staff.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to staff. The first question, just based on your comments, Mayor Chop, I wonder if staff's in a position to elaborate what type of working relationship they see with the chambers going on a go-forward basis, given that this application's been submitted and then we have eliminated it from the process.
Through the chair, I'm going to, so that Shelley doesn't walk upstairs and hit me over the side of the head by saying something wrong, I'm going to use the term that they were not the top ranked proponents. So I don't want to use the term eliminated. But there are a number of things that I've done some preliminary exploration on, and I think it's really good now that the chambers have all decided to pull together on this item, because it's much easier to work with the chambers as one, one entity which represents all of Norfolk County, instead of trying to come up with a unique solution for each one of them. So I think there are a number of things that the chamber has raised that we would certainly want to talk to them about. And I know, and this might be a little unfair to Mr. Norman, but I was in attendance at, I think myself, Mayor Chop, and a few others were at attendance at I'm going to call it a breakfast, a Simcoe breakfast chamber meeting, and we talked about some, potential roles that the chamber could play, especially with the recreational services. And I think once this is wrapped up, I'd like to have more discussions with now all the chambers on different parts where they can maybe fit into play with a greater role in the delivery of those services.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Chop. So when we look at the higher ranked proponents, is there a bit of a timeline you can share with council on when we would expect to hear more with a direction?
Yes, we've met with the three. They are to revise some of their applications, and I actually have a question out to one of the proponents because there's a potential merger of there's a potential for all three of them to be accepted if we work together a little bit. So I'm hoping to have that resolved in the next couple of weeks, and a report back to council subsequent to that.
Thank you. So I guess more of a the clerk, maybe Andy can clarify, saying, keep these, I'm not going to print them again, it's just to be received as information today. And so I did that, and then we didn't ever discuss it. And additionally, we passed this motion to not move forward with the top ranked proponents. So I guess my question in a roundabout way to my colleagues is, do you all feel as though we've dug through this report in full and had a good group discussion about what aspects should move forward and how we see this unfolding?
Jason, did you want to?
I would have to go back. I believe Councillor Van Passen might have better memory on this topic. I believe it was his motion that stated that amended the process that all submissions were to be presented at council so that council could look at all of them at the time of the recommendation and not just be the traditional where we say, well, we recommend this one. So I believe the intent that Councillor Van Passen had done with that motion was that council could see all the proposals. I know I did receive questions from some councillors on some of the proposals after they were submitted. So I'm not, I guess it's an open process and I guess it's up to council, but I believe that whole process was designed so that council could have their input during the process. And that's why all the information was provided. So council could have directed staff to take any of those proposals at that point in time moving forward. But I believe what council did was accepted staff's recommendation at that point in time. So I'm not sure if the clerk would rule that as a reconsideration, which is easy to do. Council can certainly do that. Or, wait for the final report and other suggestions that might be coming out of this process.
Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Martin brings up a good point that, staff is working on, a recommended sort of selection out of all the submissions, but to sit down and look at all of them and even if you can sort of borrow one part of somebody's idea, add it to another one. I know Mr. Norman's presentation and behalf of the chambers, a lot of those things, the recommendations that they're bringing forward are happening sort of with the Energy Committee. We've discussed those kind of options with the Climate Change Committee. At budget time, we're putting more money into IT to try to get a better booking systems for our facilities. We've adjusted a budget with our communications team to try to get that advertising out. And, I think that sitting down and sort of wiping the slate clean and say, let's sort of steal what we can. Anybody threw an idea on the table, see if we can make some adjustments. Maybe I think the CAO has alluded to it, that making some tweaks to some of the proposals, get different groups involved. So, I expect this spring we might sit down for a very long in-camera session, as Councillor Martin suggested, and sort of just go through everything right from the beginning again and see what we can do, and any improvement that we can find, let's find a way to implement it. So I look forward to that.
Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So that sounds good to me. It would make me feel better about having the discussion as a whole. Mr. Burgess is correct. We did pass the motion, but as I reflect back on it, I distinctly remember thinking, having the clerk say, keep these, we're going to go through them again. They were received as information. At that point in time, I could have, or any one of us could have pulled them for discussion, but that's not what happened. So through you, Mayor Chop, to Mr. Griselle, does this require a reconsideration if we want to sit down in the spring and discuss all of these in full once we see where staff has landed, instead of just on a go forward basis only identifying staff's preferences at that point in time, because the lower ranked options are now not moving forward?
Through you, Mayor Chop, I would say that it wouldn't require any reconsideration. Council hasn't made any final determinations upon this. The main point to hold on to all of those items was, I think it was 400 pages each package, so we just didn't want to reprint that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. If that's a reconsideration is not needed, then I'm fine with that, but I would like it on the record that we will be able to go through all these applications, even though staff has identified this particular one as a lower ranked item, and hopefully pull on Councillor Van Passen's suggestion to look for all of the options that may seem suitable at that point in time. Thank you.
Further questions from councillors for staff? Okay, it is 10:28. I'm just going to suggest a quick 5-minute break again. We'll start back at 10:32. If anyone needs to use the washroom, and then we'll proceed on through the communication and agenda items.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Taylor, I'm really sorry earlier, actually, I understood that your hand was up with the pecuniary interest.
Appeal motion. I had the pecuniary interest, the perceived pecuniary interest last time. I was just going to wait until the motions came up and do it then. Just
for approving the minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get going then. We're back to item number 3 on the agenda, which is communications. We have a number of communications, so I'll go through them as a subject matter, and if there's any correspondence that a council member wishes to speak to under the subject, I would ask that they raise it. First is the 2021 budget deliberations regarding the use of the legacy fund. A number of communications there. Staff recommendation is to receive as information. The next item is from Shannon Kyles, the president of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, Hamilton branch, regarding the ACO. Hamilton endorses Norfolk County's heritage. Staff recommendation is to receive as information. Next item is Zeb Landon regarding parking in downtown Simcoe. Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
I'd like to forward this one on to staff for a little further comment, because I think that is a great idea. I hadn't thought of that before, but those spots do kind of just end there, and I think we could add a little bit more parking downtown utilizing those. So who would you suggest we send that along to?
I'll take it under advisement, Mayor.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks.
Rob McCoy, also regarding downtown parking in Simcoe, receive his information. Debbie Pike, snow removal bylaw. Recommendation to receive his information. Linda Campbell, letter of resignation, Heritage and Culture Committee. Staff recommendation, receive as information. Dennis Trevally, unsolicited proposal, Rogers Communication. Staff recommendation to receive as information. Dusty Zamanek, Norfolk County Agricultural Advisory Committee Chair, regarding the carbon tax request for council endorsement. Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And this has been discussed several times at the Ag Advisory Board level. And one of the issues is being that this past year, some of our producers have indicated to me and to the Ag Advisory Board that they have paid a 26% increase on their fuel bills. This is with respect to conditioning crops, heating greenhouses that we have in the county, amongst cattle operations, etc. So that's the reason for this letter to the Minister of Agriculture federally. It's because of the carbon tax. The farmers do believe that they already provide carbon credits in the way that they own a number of woodlots, and the orchards and various crops produce this as well. So they would like an exemption from the carbon tax. And I don't know whether this has gone any further, whether, Madam Mayor, whether you or anybody have put a letter together to the federal government, and we should perhaps do that and send a copy to Roma and AMO. I know those are provincial organizations, but the more these carbon tax issues facing farmers right across Canada, not just here in Norfolk or Ontario. So I would hope that we get more discussion on this at the next Ag Advisory Board meeting, and perhaps we should be passing a motion to send a letter off to the federal government ourselves as a county to make this happen.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Columbus, but at the Ag Advisory Board meeting, I think it was the last one, might have been the one previous, that when we discussed this, I even offered some input and so on, and to suggestions with the woodlots and so on, for the letter. So my understanding was they were going to draft the letter. Trish was going to draft the letter based on kind of all of our comments that day, and then it would be presented back to council for endorsement and sent off. Was that not your recollection?
Right, and that's why I was surprised that it never came to council. It actually, the letter went directly to the Minister of Agriculture in Ottawa rather than to our council.
Yeah, so I think the intention was it would come to council and it would be endorsed, and we would send it off on letterhead from the county and so on. So I'm not really sure.
In order to correct things, Madam Mayor, I think we should probably take the material out of this letter and submit the support to our Ag Advisory Board and send it off to
I think
Ottawa.
what the clerk could probably do, we could pass a motion to support the Agricultural Advisory Board, and then they would send off a letter indicating our support for it.
That would be a nice, clean way of doing it.
Councillor Van Passen, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did ask the clerk a question about this. I don't believe it's proper process for our advisory boards to be corresponding directly with ministers, and you know, the recommendation should have come to council. It should have been a letter on behalf of council sent on the county's letterhead, not by the chair of the Ag Advisory Board. So I think it's a very important issue and I fully support it. But I question the process, because I know when my time as chair of the Ag Advisory Board, we would recommend to council. It was council who made that decision. It was council who sent the letter. And I think that we have to make sure that we're all staying in our own lanes here and go by the proper process. So I think Councillor Columbus is right. We should endorse this letter, draft it, and have the mayor sign it on behalf of council on county letterhead, and send it off to the minister and everyone else, and see if we can get some more support across the province from other municipalities.
Okay, so what we'll do, because we have so many, Councillor Columbus, we'll get through the other ones, we'll receive them all as information, then you can move the motion to send on that letter. And then perhaps you can raise that as an issue at the next Agricultural Advisory Board, just so that they're aware of the process in the future. Okay, so next one is Robert Chambers, SCORE EDC Chair, regarding the SCT Committee appointment request. Staff's recommendation there is for council decision. So why don't we come back to that one right at the end. Finally, Honorable Christine Elliott, Deputy Premier, Minister of Health, regarding one-time funding for COVID-19 paramedic services and dispatch center, also to receive as information. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. My apologies if I missed it. I think that we skipped over correspondence H.
No, my apologies. Correspondence H regarding the Ward 2 vacancy from 3 members of the public. Staff recommendation to receive as information.
No problem. And if I may, Mayor Chop, I just wanted to note that we can deal with it at the minutes, but we did receive, it's not on the public record yet, we did receive another email, another piece of correspondence at 9:16 a.m. And I know we've already adopted the agenda and I didn't pull it, but if council would indulge me potentially when we get to the February 9th minutes, I might be interested in trying to pull the Ward 2 recommendation.
So the council procedural bylaw, I was quite surprised it wasn't pulled, to be quite honest, but I think at some point we have to, I mean, we're criticizing staff on a regular basis with process. 9.7 in the procedural rules, I just pulled it up, it's actually meant to be 24 hours notice. All council members desiring to pull an item from the council in committee or public hearing committee or budget committee minutes for discussion at a council meeting are required to notify the clerk at a minimum of 24 hours in advance of the meeting commencement. The clerk shall notify council members of the item being pulled for discussion.
Yes, I do understand. If council is not in favor of it as a whole, then that is
okay, can we please move on with the items we're discussing? We'll get to it when we get to the minutes. We're going to deal with the items of communication, receive them as information, and move through the agenda systematically.
Understood. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, so if I could have a mover and seconder to receive, it'll be items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and K as information. Councillor Taylor, thank you. Councillor Michelle seconded. All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Van Passen, the camera's not quite on you, so I'm having a hard time seeing. There we go. Councillor Columbus, if you'd like to make your motion, sir, for the Ag Advisory Board.
Yes, how about this? On behalf of Norfolk County Council, Mayor Chop forward a letter to the federal government concerning the Agricultural Advisory Board's concern over carbon tax affecting agricultural operations, and such be forwarded also to AMO and Roma and other municipalities for support.
Would we like to simplify just that council endorse the agricultural advisory boards letter to the Ministry of Agriculture, and that the mayor provide notification. I'm sorry, it was to the minister. And who else did you wish?
I was thinking that it should also be included to be sent to AMO and Roma and other municipalities.
AMO, Roma.
And it could go federally also. I don't know what the federal organization would be, because this is a federal tax. It affects all agricultural operations.
So I see Council Chambers there. Andy, you must have.
Through you, Mayor Chop, you could send it to the federal Department of, I believe it's Environment and Climate Change, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, if that would assist.
Okay, is that motion sufficient as worded then, Mr. Griselle?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, Mayor Chop.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Seconder for Councillor Columbus's motion. Councillor Van Passen, any further discussion on that? All those in favor? And that's carried. Just trying to pull out here the letter from SCORE 45. That's on page 45 in your agendas. Andy or Jason, has there been further discussion on this?
I think Mr. Sloan would like to comment on this.
Okay, Brandon, sorry, I didn't see your hand in there. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks to the mayor. Good morning. For the staff appointees, we would have on the executive committee Zvi Lifshitz, our Director of Strategic Innovation and Economic Development. And on the technical committee, we would have Blair Sylvester would continue and has been doing a great job. And we would submit those names.
Thanks, Brandon. I have a council member endorse staff's recommendation or propose an alternative. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on. Approval of minutes. We have 4 sets of council minutes before us. Let me see here.
Mayor Chop, I believe we actually have 5. It's not listed there, but should be the February 9th minutes, and then the special council meeting on the 10th, I believe, was the Haldeman meeting. That's an FYI.
Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Chop, February 9th was a council and committee, so it's underneath all the council minutes.
Yeah, perfect. Just. Okay, so in terms of approval of the minutes, are there, we do have 4 sets. Are there any errors or omissions? Going once, going twice. Councillor Martin, I see your hand.
My apologies, that's to notify you of the meeting on the 9th minutes.
Okay, in that case then, they will be declared adopted and signed by myself and the clerk. Moving on to reports of committees, council and committee minutes from February 9th. We do have resolution number 14 that was pulled by Councillor Columbus. And if I could have a motion to approve the CIC minutes of February 9th with the exclusion of that resolution. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. As indicated, I did not pull. It is item 6 in the minutes. We just received correspondence this morning that I think council should just want to at the very least, make sure that everyone is aware of. Yes, the procedural bylaw does state 24 hours. And yes, last week I was critical that we weren't following the procedural bylaw concerning reports and information shared with the public at large. However, council decided that that was suitable and went forward. So I think this is a little bit different. This is public information that would be coming forward next week after we write this. So I understand that it is not going with the procedural bylaw. So I will just simply see if council is interested in all and letting me pull this for future for additional discussion on it. And if not, so be it.
Okay. Am I seeing anything further from council?
Sorry, to clarify, council, I'm asking to pull resolution 6, which is respecting the vacant seat for Ward 2, that we move forward in a by-election process.
Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Just a question to Councillor Martin. Do you want to put a motion on the floor to waive the procedural bylaw and pull it without the notice and then have a vote on that?
Sure. If that's best practice, yep.
Councillor Van Passen, were you moving that motion or seconding it?
I will second it just to get it on the floor. If people, let's be open, and somebody missed a deadline, big deal. So.
Okay. Any further discussion on that?
To clarify, a community member missed a deadline, not council or staff. Those are different, but.
No, council missed a deadline. It's council that pulls the motions from.
No, and I had no interest in pulling the motion before receiving the correspondence today at 9:16.
Okay. Any further discussion on the matter? All those in favor of pulling, was it resolution number 9? I can't remember the number now off the top of my head.
I believe it's number 6, Mayor Chop.
6? Okay, 6. Perfect. All those in favor? And that's carried. So we'll begin with you, Councillor Columbus, since that one was pulled in advance, and we'll proceed with that direction, and then we'll come back over to the Ward 2.
Hey, Madam Mayor, I'm looking at the one that I pulled was recommendation number 14. First of all, it has me voting in support of this motion, and it also has me voting opposite this motion. So sometimes I got a dual personality, some people say. So anyway, just wanted to make sure that that was corrected. I actually did vote in the negative on that one to the clerk. And my concern for pulling this was we did receive a number of communications from concerned residents about the process, the speed that this was going at. My main concern is the $1 million, the $250,000 per year for 4 years. I believe that Rogers would go ahead anyway, I spoke to Jody Parks on the phone at length, asked her some questions about when they thought this would all take effect. She mentioned it would be 2 to 3 years at least before everybody did have fiber in the countryside. And I've heard since then from other suppliers that it would probably take longer than that. And just the whole issue about competition. There's other providers out there who are actually interested in providing. I did speak with the Quick representative also. They have a plan going forward to the federal government also in the north end of the county, the one that is badly in problems with some of the providers there. So that's the reason I pulled it for greater discussion, because of the amount of publicity it's had. And we heard a deputation earlier that had a concern and provided some other options. So just open it up for further discussion by other members of council.
Certainly, Councillor Columbus, again, just to clarify, it's not Rogers that would be exclusively providing the internet. Any of those other providers would be able to use that fiber. This is strictly for the installation of the fiber itself. And to date, they are the only ones, and again, they need a letter of support from council in order to submit the application. And we have been approached by no one else to lay fiber to 9,100 unserviced homes in Norfolk County.
I did have a question for Councillor Michele also with respect to the SWIFT. I understand that there's this 9,100 homes are the ones that are underserviced. There's a lot more that fall in a different category where there's very little or no service. So perhaps Councillor Michele can give us some education on that. Someone said it's up to 14,000 homes out there that require service, that even with this 9,100, they will not get service. Councillor Michele?
If I can just add really quick, Councillor Columbus, 9,100, in fact, they had asked us if that was the number, if we believe that to be accurate, or if it was more. And I think we had the conversation as well, didn't we, Councillor Michele, that we thought that could be. I personally think it's underestimating the number of homes as well that are getting 50 megabytes or greater. But when you see the network that Rogers has put forward in the confidential document that was sent to you, I think you'll see that it's covering almost every street. And their intention is to cover every unserviced home. Those are going off the federal numbers that they have been provided. Councillor Michele, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Columbus. Yes, Councillor Columbus, there are other, as you mentioned, this is a little bit of the gap that we have with some of the current SWIFT projects. There are some residents in Norfolk County who are technically counted as being served by fiber currently, but some of them, the service provider has not kept up with their original requirement, and so those people are probably considered to be underserved. There also are some residences where the internet service provider has changed hands, and there has been some customer dissatisfaction as a result of that. I do believe, as Mayor Chop has said, that one of the hopeful benefits of this Rogers proposal is that they would be able to blanket cover as many of those people as well. So I think that is one of the advantages I would see at the moment with the Rogers proposal.
I think one of the things that I would be quite amenable to changing the wording of the motion to take away from this whole "it's going to Rogers" and this hope that somebody might drop out of the sky between now and March 15th to put together a substantial application to the UBF fund would be that council would endorse this if any company was to come forward and and provide them with a municipal contribution, which is much smaller than the contribution that would be likely to require to submit to SWIFT. Of course, that still has to go through council, but they're looking for 2.7 million was the latest number for a much smaller area again of the county where pockets are being missed along the way. That's just the nature of the way that has been done. And what these guys have done is try to come up with a full comprehensive solution that covers all of the county. So certainly if the $1 million of contribution was enough to motivate another ISP provider to come forward and also submit an application to the UBF fund, I wouldn't care who it was. So I'm just excited that Rogers was interested enough in us to submit this application on our behalf. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm glad you raised that because that's what I was going to mention as we moved on here. I do appreciate you explaining to the public that this is not money being given to a Fortune 500 company. This is so that this project can be put forward. Also, and I just want to mention that as you've alluded to what is known as SWIFT 2.0, the requirement that will be asked of Norfolk County when that comes will be about $2.7 million, as you mentioned. And I'm hoping that the public understands that if this Rogers proposal were to go through the way that we anticipate it would, that to SWIFT 2.0 would not be nearly that high, is what everybody's hoping. So, and again, as you point out, Madam Mayor, the SWIFT 2.0 is still a limited project. It will be for certain parts of Norfolk County. And by the way, it would not, in all likelihood, address those pockets that Councillor Columbus was referring to that are basically what we would call technically served, but in practice underserved. And so from that point of view, I think that, and I guess further, Madam Mayor, you were mentioning earlier about the Western Wardens Caucus, and I think the public maybe needs to be reminded that the first round of SWIFT funding, Norfolk County did not make a contribution, and in that specific way that they're probably going to be required of it the next time around. And I think that is something that has to kind of be kept in mind. And I think, Mayor Chop, I'll let you add something to that right now.
No, there was actually a contribution, Councillor Michelli. It was actually made by the previous council. Finance staff could correct me if I'm wrong. It was somewhere in the vicinity of $300,000, I believe. So there was a contribution for to be able to be a part of SWIFT 1.0.
Yes, I recognize that, Madam Mayor. I believe, though, that there was an additional requirement once the process moved forward, and I do recall that Norfolk County opted out of that additional requirement because of our financial circumstances at the time. I certainly could stand corrected there, but I do recall that quite vividly, that we were one of the few counties that opted out of that additional contribution. But in any event, that contribution was much less than the 2.7 that will be required of us the next time around.
Actually, come to think of it now in hindsight, I think it was not that we opted out of it. I think there was an opportunity that we had the return of the funds at some period of time. But regardless, for round two, in round one, it was 1/3 contribution from the ISP, 1/3 from the province, 1/3 from the feds. And now in order to, I mean, SWIFT has been very strong at lobbying the provincial and federal governments to be able to get this funding to go ahead and do this. And, you know, in order to sweeten that application process and to lobby for additional funds, that's why they're looking for the municipal contribution to supplement that.
Madam Mayor, and you are quite right. It was a refund. I guess I was considering that to be not contributing because we got all our money back. But I don't think that our Western Wardens Caucus partners will be too happy with us if we go through that same process in 2.0. So I do want to make everybody aware that we could be have an obligation to spend considerably more money on a project that won't cover the entire county.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I was just going to say, I think some of these questions to me, there seems to be a debate going, like the conversation going on back and forth between yourself and Councillor Michelli. Are these some things that staff can answer some of these questions? Do we have some input from staff?
Through the chair, with regards to the funding, I believe both parties were right. We did provide some money. There was an opportunity to receive some money back. We did receive that money back. Ms. LaPlante had informed me. I think when you look at the net amount after it was all done, we were about $130,000 after we received our money back as far as our contribution to SWIFT. The mayor is correct with regards to the funding allotment, as far as it's 1/3 federal money, 1/3 ISP money, and 1/3 provincial money. Based upon Western Warden CAO meetings and caucus meetings, my only concern is these numbers tend to go up, so I don't want to peg a $2.7 million number, because in a year's time that number may change, but it's not going to be $100,000 like it was before, or $200,000. It's a much more significant contribution as anticipated for SWIFT 2.0.
Councillor Van, I'll go to Councillor Van Passen. Is that okay, Councillor Michelli, or did you want to comment on that?
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did get an email. There were some questions that our solicitor wanted answered. I wonder if we could approve sending the letter of support and get that going, and maybe even at the end of the day today discuss the part about the contribution, or rewording that part of it, and at least move along. I wonder whether we could adjust the wording a little bit to make $1 million available over the next 4 years for sort of on a pro rata basis or per capita basis for any applications that service or looks after underserviced areas. But I think I'd like to hear a little bit from the CAO later on, and then from our solicitor on some of those other questions that we had. So could we split this motion and pass the first part and not the second part?
Yeah, Jason, did you know when Paula was going to be available? Or Andy?
I'm here, Madam Chair. I'm here.
I know you had a tight timeline today. When did you wish to go into close to deal with the couple of matters?
Whenever. My only obligation is that 2 o'clock matter I had advised council of, so otherwise I'm at your.
Okay, is that a discussion you wish to have in open session? Did you want to address it now, or did you wish to go in closed?
It is my preference that we go in closed.
Okay, very good then. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. My position remains the same on this. I support sending a letter. I don't support funding it. There's been lots of community support to send the letter, but I have the same concerns. And whether we're discussing 2.7 in SWIFT or some other provider or Rogers, that's not the issue for me. The issue is not feeling like I have the information in front of me that makes me comfortable to put that much money towards it, whether it's 2.7 or 1 million. It feels reckless from my position. And Councillor Van Passen has touched on it. Additionally, we have these other concerns concerning enrichment and how that conflicts with the Municipal Act. So I don't support addressing the latter part of the motion at all. I would be happy to just move the motion to put a letter of support towards this, and that I do not have any interest in changing the language about removing the service provider's name, unless that's Councillor Columbus's intent to put that motion on the floor. If not, I'm happy to put that motion on the floor to just send a letter of support.
Well, go ahead, Jason.
Thank you, through the chair to council. the recommendation would have been to change the wording of the motion to avoid the Rogers name. But I just do want to say that I'm concerned with the word reckless being tossed around. The reason staff put this forward, and the reason I put this forward, is because this is a fund that has thorough review undertaken at the federal level. They're investing $1.75 billion with a B across the nation. And, we have an opportunity. We as council, we have a couple of choices, and this is how staff read it, just so you understand staff's thinking. Broadband and the power of broadband as far as economic development and improving life has been around for decades. And many other communities have done a lot more, frankly, than what Norfolk County has. When we talk about attracting businesses from Toronto or people from the GTA to come and live here and enjoy all the benefits of Norfolk County, one of the things that they're going to ask for, frankly, is broadband internet. It's hard to run a business based upon Councillor Michelle's sandwich internet basis. And, when I look at what our competitors have done, when you look at the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, what they've done, when you look at what Niagara has done, Niagara Broadband, there's 2 municipalities in Niagara that own their own ISP. So Niagara Falls and Niagara Lake own an ISP provider, and they have a 1 gig project. So that 1 gig goes to your door. And they use that to propel economic development. So when a business is moving in there and they have internet connectivity problems, guess what? They own a business. They made all those investments. We haven't done that. And I'm just trying to figure out a way that if broadband is important, and this council has stated it, what are the tools that I have available to elevate this? The biggest tool I have available is the UBF, and it's a competitive process. So people are going to apply, not just Ontario, but all across the country. Every community, every rural community is applying into this fund. And 1.75 billion is peanuts when you look at the national problem. The province has, if you were at the Roma, what the minister had said about their $330 million, they said that wasn't enough. And when you compare that to the federal government, there's just not enough money. So it's a highly competitive process. And I look at this and I say, well, I can send the letter, which is what every other community is going to do. So I can do the bare minimum requirement, or can I do something else to improve our chances? And, and you can criticize me, and people may take that the wrong way, but I like to play to win. This is a competitive process, and getting a participation ribbon and losing out on the money doesn't help anybody. So the only tools I had was to say, the way I can do this to make our presentation that much more attractive to the people who are choosing it. And I have faith that the federal government, when there's and that we are just relying, which is, go on other procurements, that they'll make the right decision. If my $1 million tweaks or just inches us one on top of the best competitor, and we get it, I view that $1 million as being well spent. So, and I'm not saying that this is the only deal. I'm the new guy to Norfolk County, but I look at Niagara's had Niagara Broadband for over a decade. Prince Edward County was in court over a similar thing 14 years ago. And they rolled out their program. So, we can, so staff suggestion is, what can we do? And do I wish I had more time to do this? Yes. Am I worried about 5G? Am I worried about cell? I'm worried about all that stuff. Unfortunately, someone came knocking to the door. It was the best horse I had in the race. And I had 2 choices. I could just sign the letter, sign the letter and say, okay, I'll do the bare minimum. Or we can do something else. And the something else is for council to decide. I'm just upset that it's caused this much division because, I think, we need to be able to take the best ideas that we have today and support them to the give them the most support we can have so we can have success. And this is the best idea. I have not heard any other ideas come to the table, that would attract this level of investment and to solve the problem for almost 10,000 homes. So, in my simple head, my dumb football player head, when I was a coach, I used to call the best play to get the first down to make the play I needed. This is the best one I got at this point in time. So, it's totally up to council. I did not want this to be a big thing. I know it's a stretch for council, but when this council hired me, they talked about finding the yes. They talked about entrepreneurial and out of the box thinking. And this is, one of the biggest challenges we have in Norfolk County. I wanted to do something out of the box, something innovative. I wish I had more time. It just didn't, life doesn't work out that way. I gotta deal with it as it comes. And, we would go from there. But that's the rationale for it. And I thank the mayor for giving me some time. And maybe she didn't intend me to do this, but I took advantage of the opportunity to say, we have two choices. We can do the minimum, write the letter, just like the other 1,000 communities are going to do. And to me, it's a lottery ticket. Are we that much better or worse than the next, than how they're going to spend the other ones? Or can we do something just a little bit to get a little edge? And as a fat, slow football player, all through my career, I always looked for an edge because I couldn't compete on raw talent. That's the one thing I knew. So this is the way, this is an edge that I thought we could do. It was affordable and it was aligned with the priorities I thought of council, that broadband was a key topic area. So I appreciate the time. I'll take any other questions.
Well,
and I guess the
Mayor
other
Chop, if I may, Mayor Chop, I understand the thinking behind it. We covered that in full last week. And for the record, I said it felt reckless for me personally, not for anyone else. But I put a motion on the floor for a division of the question, and now we've just let the clerk debate heavily a position or an angle. So I've tabled the motion, and I think the appropriate thing to do is to look for a seconder. I would support a letter of support only, and I'm interested in hearing what the county solicitor has to say with the concerns on the enrichment of the proposal and how that works with the municipality concerning the Municipal Act.
Councilor Shelley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to, counteract Councillor Martin's suggestion about this division of this question, but because I do agree that I would like to hear from our solicitor in closed session. She may be able to answer some relevant questions that are connected to the second part of this motion. But I'm going to go ahead and just sort of for the public's information to ask Jason a question, if I may. Jason, one of the
My
things
apologies,
I think...
Point of order, Mayor Chop. I've tabled a motion, and procedurally we would need a seconder or not before we go on.
Councilor Shelley, would you like to second Councilor Martin's motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that'd be fine.
Great.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you. So just as some commentary about that, I hope, am I allowed now to ask our CAO a question?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jason, I'm just wondering, just for information for the public, is there a specific reason why the particular amount of $250,000 a year for 4 years was arrived at? Do you believe that this would still be a competitive process if that amount were altered for an example, maybe 125,000 for 4 years? Do you think that would make a significant difference in the proposal? Is I guess my question. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Michelle, I don't know. The reason I chose $250,000 was the way the budget is currently set. We are levying almost $280,000 per year for the strategic fund, so this would be less than what we're going to be levying. For it rounded up to $1 million over a 4-year time period. And I just, when you're having when the cost may be in the 30, 40, $50 million range for the federal government and for Rogers, then, or whoever is the successful proponent, I just thought it was important to get to at least a 7-digit number to make it look like it was a serious contention. Does $500,000 have the same effect? Maybe, yes. Like, I don't, I think that's something for council to decide. And I just thought, the item was are we going to put some skin in the game in this? Because in business, when I deal with people in business, and there's actually a whole book written on it called Skin in the Game, but it changes the dynamic of a deal. When you're dealing with someone who's actually putting money on the table, the counterparty has a different relationship with you, because now you're co-investment, you're both tied to the success of the project, because you've both put financial risk on the table. And I believe in things that are this important, that we should have skin in the game, because then when we are, frankly, if something is going wrong with the project, or we're not tied to a whole bunch of other people's rules, we actually earned our way to a seat at the table to ask questions, to do that. Because once we're an investor, and we have certain rights to that. So I don't know whether $1 million is the right number or $500,000 is the right number. I'm a proponent of putting skin in the game on this issue, if it's a critical issue for us.
Thank you, Jason. And Madam Mayor, if I can ask one more question, just to provide more clarity for council, I think maybe members of the public as well, Madam Mayor. One of the things I've learned through my experience as a SWIFT board member is that I'm assuming, and perhaps I will be corrected on this, but I'm assuming that the UBF will use some basic criteria for also evaluating these proposals, one of which I believe should be the actual need of a particular municipality. With regard to the original SWIFT projects, Norfolk was identified as being the #1 needed municipality of the 37 that were members of this project. And I'm kind of hoping that in addition to perhaps whatever financial incentive we're trying to provide with this proposal, that the UBF will be competitive from simply a need point of view. So I do want to add that fact.
Okay, so why don't we just vote on the letter of support? We'll then go to the next item, and then we'll finish the reports of committees, and then we'll go into closed session since Paula has to go at 2, and then we'll follow along with staff reports. All right, so all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, moving on. Councillor Martin, if you would like to go ahead with the word to that's been pulled, I believe it was 6 you had said.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Chop. Again, I'd like to take this opportunity with the procedural bylaw to read an issue that's on public record and in the minutes and well publicized is not the same as adding staff reports last minute to the agenda. So I reject the notion that those are equal or comparable without the public input or the time for council members to debate it. But that's neither here nor there to the actual issue. I didn't initially pull it because we didn't receive a lot of correspondence. I just simply wanted to make council aware that at 9:15 a.m. an email came in, and if it is, I didn't want it to be too late. So if it is of any interest to council to revisit this, to change our position from by-election to appointment, there was results from a Survey Monkey that demonstrated let's see here, 61.84% of participants were in favor of an appointment by council, which was 94 votes versus 63 votes at 41% that preferred a by-election. So I guess I would be interested to see if council still would like to hold strong on their position for a by-election.
First of all, thanks, Andy, for providing those updated timelines as well from what you think you could achieve by having, I believe it was results by the end of May.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mayor Chop. Thank you for bringing that up. Could Andy just say that on the public record? I would appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Yes, so we were able to reduce a few days, 4 days, I believe, from it. Hopefully, we wanted more, but really with the way that April fell and the May 2-4 weekend, it wasn't possible. But we did look at it, and also we will have achieved that the new council member can start at the June schedule. So they would be able to be sworn in for the June Public Hearings Committee and go through all that. So they won't miss any meetings that month, and they'll be able to take part in the full cycle.
Thanks. Andy, one more question, just because you and I were on a phone call the other day together and you mentioned afterwards, can you just give me, you said you thought, moving towards a bylaw was the right way to go in this situation. Can you maybe just share that viewpoint for council?
Sure, Mayor Chop. So initially, and council might remember, there was a memo that I drafted in January that kind of recommended that a by-election approach be taken. Certainly, it has a lot to do with the time of the term, and I know it's unfortunate when people miss stuff, but actually after today, there usually is a normal bit of a lull in March and even in the start of April. So I know the community members of Ward 2 are they wanted more involvement in the budget, I think, but we're going to finalize that today. Well, most of it's already finalized, and so I don't think that there will be any huge issues come up for the ward in the next 2 months. So it is a good time to do a by-election if that's what council desires, but obviously the option's entirely up to council.
Councillor Hoffman, go ahead. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Grisal. If there is only one candidate who puts their name forth and they are acclaimed, when would they be able to become an active member of council?
That's a good question. My recollection of the election legislation is that it would probably be a week after the nomination date, so that would be mid-April. I don't think that we'd anticipate that there will just be one person, though. You probably be multiple candidates, much more than in the last election, I think.
Well, but we don't know that. So I'm just curious to know that if there was if there was just one candidate, they would be able to be active in what month then? Sorry, just to clarify.
My recollection is that I believe under the legislation you have to give something like 7 to 10 days after the nominations close before they can be appointed. So
Okay.
I think that would be it. So it would be before May for sure.
Before May. Okay. All right. No sooner?
I think what he's saying is it's legislated timelines.
Yeah, I'd have to check the legislation, but I think you have to wait a few days after the nomination day closes. Nomination day is April 16th, so it wouldn't be before the close of nominations.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Andy, would you be able to chime in on and clarify the process of if we go by election and having additional staff to help with the election? I believe we talked about that, and someone asked a question and I wasn't able to answer it. Are we looking at bringing in?
Through you, Mayor Chop, I believe that Kevin and HR and Jason will be meeting later this week to discuss some of the staffing plans. Right now, to give you kind of an idea, we've already undertaken a great deal of work on the election, so we've already got, because if this bylaw is approved, we have to go live and start handing out nominations, and since the nomination form is already generally publicly available, It's a set form by the province. We could have somebody show up this afternoon and file their papers after you approve it. So we're already well into this election because of the way that by-elections work. And there are other critical ramping up stages that will occur. So whether or not we need staffing on point now or later, a lot of what we'll have to do is after the initial work of voter view to update the list closer towards the close of nominations. We'll need people on to process the voters list and to start taking, mailing out further voter packages. So it's a bit more resource heavy towards April or May. But this election format was specifically chosen because it has very little staffing requirements. A lot of it is done through our existing service providers. So there isn't a huge, it's not like a poll. There's no poll visits. That's the one thing we have to break. So there's going to be a lot of communications heavy on this one to make sure people know that poll attendance won't be happening. But on the other end of it, it's not like we're going to have 15 people in a room counting ballots on election night. We can do that with a small team of 5 or 6 people.
Okay, thank you very much.
I guess some of the questions I would have, if we're, in terms of an application process, that I have spent some time thinking about if that was the way to go. I think that we're looking at timelines that are equally as long, if not more. And like Andy said, the budget's going to be done and council business is actually going to drop off here for a period of time. And certainly if there are items that are specific to Ward 2 between now and the end of May, there's always the opportunity to defer those items as well until the subsequent council meeting in June when the Ward 2 representative would be able to comment on them. But there's all kinds of questions that come to mind just when I think of an application process. So, in terms of developing an application form, I don't think it's as easy as we think. Like, is Board 2 going to have input into those questions? Or is it councillors deciding on what the questions are? Or is it staff members deciding on what the questions are? Then we have to develop an evaluation matrix like we did when we went through the CAO hiring process. Will Ward 2 residents have an input on the evaluation matrix? If so, how long are we going to give them to provide input into it? Or is it just the 8 councillors that are going to decide on those matters, even though none of us actually live in Ward 2? In terms of accepting applications, that itself is going to take several weeks. Then we have to post applications for input and review. That is also going to take additional weeks. Shouldn't the residents get to actually ask some questions? How would that be done? The interview right now in the application form is showing 3 questions. Is that it? That's only 3 questions is all we're going to ask to make that judgment call. Get feedback in a week. How are we going to get feedback on a week? Is this on social media, on email, on Twitter, on Facebook? How do we know that the people providing the feedback even live in Ward 2? What happens if we have yet again another tie at council, or we have multiple ties and that drags the process on? What happens when the person that is elected or is appointed rather wins by a vote of 5 to 3? And he knows that, 3 of his colleagues now, didn't support his appointment. Are we going to do that in closed session so that nobody knows what the vote was? That doesn't seem very transparent or democratic. Those were some of the top questions that have come to my mind that even if we are to look at an appointment process, those are questions that still all need to be answered even before that would become an actual option. So I think on its own, that process itself is going to take at least 10 weeks to be able to complete, which is basically putting us on the same timeline as a fully democratic process, which is going through with a by-election, and allow the Ward 2 residents to themselves ask the questions they want of the candidates that they want to represent them. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just through you to ask our clerk about the election process. Andy, do I understand correctly, even during COVID-19 conditions, which may very well still exist during that by-election, that when you mentioned there will be staff doing the vote counting, Will there also be provision made for some scrutineers for the candidates?
That's a good question, Councillor Michelle. Yes, so we have to allow for scrutineers, but we do limit the scrutineers to one for each candidate. So that'll control the overall numbers of scrutineers that we have involved in it. And they'd only be involved in it at key points in the election procedures. So there's certain dates when we would open the, not open the secrecy envelope, but open the outside envelope to make sure that we tie the voters to their voting card. That just is in place to make sure that somebody hasn't requested another voter kit to be sent to them and tried to vote twice. So we do all of that before the close of votes, and then we open the actual secrecy envelope and do the counting after 8 p.m. on election day.
Thank you, Andy.
Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. To your points, I guess I would say those are all valid questions, but I know the Grand Erie District School Board just went through an appointment process, and so we could probably look to some of their process and work with the clerk and not necessarily overthink it as well. But I understand we've already debated this, so in an effort to just move forward, I would table that we go for the appointment route, and we can vote on it and put it to rest here so staff can move forward.
You're tabling. Okay. Okay. So I would like those questions answered, how we're going to move forward with this process. Is Ward 2 going to have input in the questions? How much input are they going to have? How much time are we going to give them? You know, to say we're just going to look to Grand Erie's, who's going to make that decision? Is staff going to make the decision? Is council going to make the decision? Are we going to reconvene again? Are we going to ask Ward 2 for input?
I put forward a bit of that hybrid method last week, and I see Andy's turned his camera on. I'll let Andy chime in here, but I've tabled a motion, and again, I think procedurally we would need a seconder.
Through you, Mayor Chop. So just to clarify, there isn't a lot of time with the appointment process because we're required, council would be required to appoint somebody by bylaw before March 20th. So what staff would suggest is that if council had any minor tweaks to the process, wanted to change the words, that it be done today so that we could get out there and post it. We'd also want to advertise it, so we would want to get this online and out there before the end of the week. So we would want council to make any final changes to what staff have proposed. And to build on what Councillor Martin said, we did assist the school board along with Heather Boyd from Brant County with their appointment process this year, because that was actually part of our municipality as well. So we were involved. I wasn't the municipal clerk supporting that one specifically because Heather Boyd has more population, so she oversaw it. But we were consulted in a lot of the forms and ads and application processes. It was very similar to what is presented in the package.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion for an appointment process? Councillor Huffman. Andy, can we get a recorded vote on this matter, please?
All right.
Madam Mayor, Mike Columbus here. Can I speak, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I have had 5 communications from various representatives from Ward 2 who have expressed interest in perhaps running in this election. And that kind of changes my thinking about this. I'm thinking whatever we do, we're not going to win in this as by appointing someone. Someone will get upset, and the correct way to do it as efficiently and quickly as we can is to go with the by-election. Not everybody's going to be happy either way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anything further? Okay, in that case, Andy, if you could call the vote, please.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, it's no. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
No.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michelli.
No.
Councillor Taylor.
No.
Mayor Chop.
No.
The motion is defeated.
Okay, do we need to repass the motion, Andy, for the by-election, or is that sufficient then?
You could move on because there's a bylaw later.
Okay, perfect. Okay, moving on. And Councillor Van Passen, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just since we have the clerk there, the terminology about tabling a motion, could you explain what that actually is?
To table a motion? Oh.
That means it's almost like deferring it, and I think councillors are using that terminology a lot more, making a request to table a motion.
Yeah,
I don't think that's quite what it says in our procedural bylaws.
Yeah, so to provide council some understanding, the clerk I worked under and learned under in Hamilton refused to use the word table because it does create a lot of confusion generally. Tabling is almost a deferral. So there's an imaginary table that exists somewhere, and if you're tabling something, you're putting it on that imaginary table to be dealt with for later. That's the kind of easiest way to explain that, but yeah, and that would be how our procedural bylaw is worded.
Councillor Van Passen, do you prefer on the floor?
Yeah. Like what we just did with the potential $1 million for the internet, that would be what I consider tabled, right? We set it on the table, we're going to deal with it later on today. And to put a motion on the floor is subtly different, but maybe I'm just nitpicky some days. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Moving on to Public Hearing Committee, February 2nd, 2021. Public Hearing Committee minutes are before us for approval. Are there any errors or omissions? If not, if I could have a motion to approve. Councillor Michelli, thank you. Or errors or omissions, or approving?
Approving, Madam Mayor.
And seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the Public Library Board minutes, May 2020 to October 2020. We have 6 set of Library Board minutes before us. So is there any discussion? If not, if I could look for a motion to approve. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that is carried. Climate Change Adaptation Committee minutes, December 17th, 2020. We have a set of minutes from the Climate Change Adaptation Committee. Is there any discussion, or can I have a motion to receive? Motion moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. Telecommunications Advisory Committee minutes, January 28th, 2021. We have a set of minutes from the Telecommunications Advisory Committee. Is there any discussion, or can I have a motion to receive? Councillor Martin?
Just discussion quickly, Mayor Chop. I just would like to note other business item 9A, Starlink was brought up, and I think it has come up in the minutes over the last year from committee member Doug Rixman, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank him for his contribution to the committee. He recently resigned.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Martin. Anything further, Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I just would probably just want to add to Councillor Martin's thanking of Mr. Rixman for his service on the Telecommunications Advisory Committee. He was a very knowledgeable individual, and his contributions were very helpful to that committee in understanding a lot of the new technologies.
Absolutely. Well, thank you to Mr. Rixman, and I think based on his letter, it sounds like he's still going to keep advocating for better coverage here in the background in Norfolk County. So look forward to hearing from him, perhaps even through deputations at council. in that case, if I could have a motion to receive. Again, that was moved by Councillor Martin, I guess, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? And that's carried. Staff reports. We'll hold at staff reports. Andy, what we'll do, if that's okay, if you could read the two motions to go into closed session with the relevant provisions. I just don't have it in front of me.
Sure, Mayor Chop. If we could first get a motion for council to add the item of the item that Paula did. So I'd suggest that council add a closed session discussion from the county solicitor respecting the Rogers application or Rogers proposal.
Can somebody move that for me? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Okay. And so then council would go into closed session at 11:45 a.m. to discuss two matters. One, the staff report CAO 2110 RE investigation, and another one, the proposal matter that we've been discussing in open session pursuant to section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act 2001, as the subject matter relates to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And I'll send you all a closed session link right now. So.
Okay, perfect. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Van Passen, seconding. All those in favor? That's carried. And so we'll break and head into close. There's two items. It's at least 15 minutes a piece, likely, or perhaps longer. So we'll try to see the public back at around 12:30. I think we're still missing Councillor Huffman, Councillor Michelle.
Madam Mayor, it's Councillor
Oh, there-
Michelle here. I have somehow, ironically, I think, lost my internet connection. So I'm speaking with you by now on phone. I'm seeing what the problem is here. This happens periodically around this time of day to me. So I will do my best to join you electronically, but I am on the phone.
Okay, sounds good, Tom. Just jump in there so I don't miss you if you have some questions or so on.
Okay, thanks, Crystal.
I'm just waiting for Councillor Huffman and then we can get going.
I'm here.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Hoffman. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I guess for the first item, we provided some direction to our solicitor in closed session, and the second item was advice, some legal advice. So there was nothing to move coming into open session, so we will continue the discussion related to, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, but council in committee resolution number 19, respecting the Rogers broadband. So we've already voted on the letter of support. Now is the discussion of whether we want to try to make our application more competitive or stand out from some other municipalities. We've had some suggestions from both our legal solicitor and from our CAO on how to change the wording, which I think makes perfect sense. But I think, Brent, are you online with us right now?
Mayor Chop, just first, can we get a motion to move into open session?
Oh, I'm sorry, to reconvene in open session. My apologies. Councillor Taylor, thank you. Councillor Martin, seconded. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
I'm
so Brent's joined us for a little bit. If we have some questions about Brent, I think one of the biggest things I wanted to ask him was, you know, Brent, we're hearing a lot of this Starlink technology, which is, you know, awesome, especially if you're somebody that can afford the $1,000 to purchase the equipment. But, you know, why is the federal government, in particular province as well, still putting, you know, in this case, federally, $1.75 billion behind building fiber if we have this solution, Starlink, that's out there and is going to, you know, save the world here?
Basically, fiber optic is still the medium of choice, of course. There is no real, when it comes to finding how fast you can go or how much bandwidth you can allocate yeah, fiber does not have any sort of end limit at this point in time. Really, it's a medium that we can use to increase the speed. Right now, Rogers itself is suggesting that you can do gigabits of data on any of these connections we're putting into houses. Most average users probably only need 100 megabits down and 50 up. That's a standard. But as things grow and as things continue, a lot more people are putting Internet of Things, IoT devices in their house. There's more and more need for bandwidth to be needed, more and more reliability. The whole, how they call it, speed or performance or reliability, no matter what you use, fiber just has that lower bit rate, that lower performance. It can handle a lot more information, a lot more storage. It's expandable, it's growth. There is no end in sight to that medium, whereas with copper or any other type of, there's always been like a point where you can only get so much data out of it, and then you can't go any further. Whereas the fiber, it's really, you just replace some of the electronics and you can go even faster if you wish. But it's really more to do with scalability. That's not to say that the Starlink product or the service isn't revolutionary and is going to probably be very valuable or even northern communities that have challenges. But there is limitations to it as well down the road, 2 to 3 or 4 years down the road. It's hard to tell you how much data we're going to need or how much a person's going to need at home. It really is really a challenge more and more, especially with what we're dealing with the pandemic. A lot more people are doing things at home. They're going to require more of the utilities. More and more devices are at home. More and more applications are being home. Once you start throwing video on a connection, it takes up a lot of bandwidth. It's continually growing, and so fiber has that medium. So once it's installed in a home, upgrading it's not a difficulty. You're not really looking at going to be replacing. I've never heard of anybody replacing fiber with anything else. That is the medium of choice and will continue to be the medium of choice probably for the next 20 years. Again, satellite has definitely coming a long way and has definitely got some benefits to it, and I see it as right now, to be honest, as an interim solution. Fiber is the end goal, I think, for a lot of areas. Will we get fiber to every single rural community home in Norfolk County? I'd love to see it, but it's a challenge because we do have some far outreaching areas and there is a cost, unfortunately, to fiber. So I do see some of the satellite still happening, but I see satellite right now being an interim solution, not an ultimate, this is where we need to be solution.
So ultimately, I mean, if we rally together as a community and put our best foot forward in this application through every possible means, and we're able to bring fiber to the more than 9,000 homes that are unserviced in Norfolk County, would you consider that a success?
From my standpoint, it's definitely a huge success. It's like property values, everything's going to be more enticing to anybody using that technology because it's available to them. It's a huge win in my opinion right now. I'm not saying that I don't want to bash the Starlink or any of that technology. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. It's coming out. I think it's definitely helpful. A little bit costly to a normal user, but definitely I think it's the way to go. As the fiber is definitely what you want to look at.
So long term, Starlink has some capabilities, certainly in the short term for those that can afford the $1,000, installation and so on. But long term, long range planning, just like we're doing with our water right now, is we're looking, 20 years, 30 years out. Having fiber infrastructure is going to be the way to go. Okay.
Yeah, like 10, 20 years, that medium will be. It would not surprise me that no matter what you do, that medium is coming, like it or not. Fiber will be a lot of people's homes because that is the medium of choice.
Great. Thanks, Brent. Further questions from council members? I'll go to you, Councillor Michelle, first, just since you're on the phone and I won't be able to hear your hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am just wondering if you can do this one thing for me before I proceed. The clerk mentioned earlier in our meeting this morning that we were having trouble with county email, and that is the only thing that will not load up on my computer. So I'm curious if maybe he might check the status of that. Anyway, in any event, I just have another comment for Brent. Brent, basically, the current fiber circumstances that exist, they would be ones that you, as you mentioned before, you kind of think that at least for this time being, that is probably the way to go, with obviously the benefits of some of these other companies like Starlink, notwithstanding that for the moment at least, and for the very near future, that the fiber in the ground is probably the place to go. I do have to ask, though, Brent, because this is a question I ask everybody, and forgive me, I think I've asked you this before. Will this type of fiber be able to provide 5G to all of the county?
So 5G itself is considered cellular service, and it is a service that is provided to anybody that has a cellular phone service. So to be completely honest, cell phone providers that are going to offer a 5G service, from that tower, they would require fiber connectivity as their backbone to be able to handle the performance of a 5G type connection. So what I'm saying to you is, if in order for Norfolk County to receive 5G on the current cellular towers within Norfolk County, the provider has to have a better backbone to that tower, and normally that would be fiber. So I guess that's the best way to answer it. 5G itself is a wireless type service. It's not necessarily a fiber versus satellite service. It is a wireless type cellular service, but it comes with the performance that requires a fiber backbone.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Further questions? No, looks like no more questions for you. Thanks, Brent, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Chop, you're on mute.
Thought I hit that. Was there any further questions then from anyone? I don't know when it clicked back on there. Okay. So I'm just thinking procedurally, Andy, does somebody need to remove the motion then again? Or if somebody what's the best option to handle this?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So in order to avoid confusion, I numbered those clauses in the previous one, A, B, C, and D. And we've already passed A and B, so what we could do is pull B and C or amend B and C to read what Mr. Burgess had proposed. Would you like me to read that out now?
Sure, the language, yeah, with Jason and as well as our county solicitor, that'd be great.
Sure. Yeah. The council will support any successful applicant to the UBF that will fully address the over 9,000 homes in Norfolk County with financial support of up to $1 million over 4 years, as well as the non-financial contribution related to waiver of fees, and that this be contingent upon the successful applicant entering an agreement to the satisfaction of the county solicitor and council.
Okay, is there a mover and a seconder for that motion? Councillor Huffman, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion? Councillor Columbus, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that motion does not indicate anything with respect to the $1 million or anything like that. But what I was thinking is, why do we have to have this come out of the Strategic Initiative Fund, which has been spoken of? Because it's over 4 years, why is it not somewhere in the budget rather than indicating that it could come from the Strategic Initiative Fund, which was already approved in paragraph A?
Jason, did you want to answer that?
Sure. I for the first year, it would be the simplest to take it out of the fund because it's that amount is what's essentially being levied. Council then could change the funding source for that in any subsequent budget. I just thought we're on day 7 of the budget by the time this came up, so I was just trying to not read half the 2021 budget, but just to find a solution for 2021. But council could, for 2022 and years beyond that, if they are successful, figure out a different way to fund that, including a direct levy or a direct fund for broadband projects, in totality.
Thank you.
The reality is you probably won't, if Norfolk's lucky enough to be selected under this process, the earliest we'll get notification of that September, October. By the time this is actually, funding is going to be required. By the time you write the first check, it's probably sometime in 2022. So council could change it. I just, it's just, you call the accountant and me. If we're going to have an intention to spend money, I need a place where we're going to at least pull it from. Council can change where it comes from in the future, though.
I think one of the things Councillor Columbus and Councillor Taylor nailed it on the head last week. I mean, again, I think that, if we rally behind this at the end of the day, if our application is successful and, we can bring fiber to every home in Norfolk County, that would be an amazing feat. And, I think one of the things, Councillor Taylor, you raised it was, we put together, we were this young, new council. We decided to do this fund for strategic initiatives. And while there's been disagreement, even though we've all voted on the uses of them, I mean, the most recent one was $250,000 for suggestions made by our Economic Recovery Task Force. That's entirely independent of council. Is, the number one issue that they have identified in Norfolk County, that we need to bring future investment here is addressing our lack of internet and of fiber across the county. And so, I think it also lends to the story that, we can help to promote as we're competing with other municipalities for this fund. Like, hey, we put aside, it was controversial, but we created the Strategic Initiative Fund so that when the day came and we needed some money there to do something strategic, it's there. And now, as opposed to having to go and put another 0.25 percentage point on the levy, for this year, the cash is sitting there for exact purposes, I think, in which we had envisioned. Something really great coming up. And if we are successful, this is something great.
Okay, yeah.
Councilor Shelley, go ahead, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry. I've had to keep you on speakerphone. I've got Mr. Wallace helping me with my internet problem, so forgive me. Carry on, please.
Okay. Anything further from anyone? All right. Andy, I guess, can we call the vote then?
Sure. Recorded vote then?
Yes, please, sir.
All right. So we will go Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Micheli.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
No.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
And I believe Councillor Rabbits is still away. And Mayor Chop.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. Councillor Martin, yes?
I'm not trying to fight with you. Please do not get upset. But in an effort to expedite the meetings, can you please speak after the motion instead of while there is a motion on the floor? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but it's going to be a long day if we continue.
Speaking to the motion while the motion is on the floor. I don't believe the motion had gone on yet. If you'd like to
Yes.
call a point of order in the future,
No,
if I've
I'm
made a
not trying-
mistake, then by
I-
all means, Councillor Martin.
I
Even
didn't
last
want
week,
to interrupt
you are trying to argue, Amy.
I am not. Point of order, I am not. I could have called point of order. I let you finish.
Councillor Martin, on a point of order, you don't get the right to continue on speaking. That's not how a point of order works. I'd suggest you get some books and read the Municipal Act and read Robert's Rules of Order. That's not how it works.
Are disrespectful.
Moving on with the agenda, otherwise I'm going to adjourn the meeting. We're moving on. We're not having the argument. You have a right to call a point of order at that point in time. If I've made an error, by all means. We're moving on to the next agenda item. Councillor Martin, you're out of line.
No, Mayor Top, point of personal privilege. I prefaced it with, I am not trying to argue with you, but as chair, you regularly speak throughout. I just simply let you finish your thought, but asked for you to not do that to expedite it.
As chair, I am entitled to speak on matters and ask questions and so on. And if it comes down to it and I want to speak to a motion, I pass the chair even to another.
You should have passed the chair because you were not asking a question. You were speaking about the use of money and Councillor Taylor's perspective last week.
And when you spoke on the motion with the RAB money, or how did that go?
Yes, and we voted. It wasn't RAB money. We voted.
I can't even remember the issue.
Council permitted me to, and so I'm just.
Councilor Martin, can we please move on with the agenda? This is embarrassing, honestly. It's embarrassing. Call a point of order. If I am out of line at the time, I will make a ruling on it. If you disagree with my ruling, you can challenge the chair.
Point of personal privilege. You do not get to speak and then cut other members of council off. I understand what you're saying. But however, to your point then, does two rights make a wrong? I was trying to be respectful and let you finish your thought process is what I was doing. Next time,
Martin, I'm moving on with the meeting.
Mayor Chop, if we could get a motion to approve the remainder of the February 9th CIC minutes too.
Perfect. Thank you, Andy. If you could, do we have a mover and a seconder to approve the remainder of the minutes? Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And Councillor Michelle, are you also in favor?
I am in favor, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. So that was the remainder of the council and committee minutes. Andy, I guess then we're moving on now to the staff report.
Correct, Mayor Chop.
And then did I see an email from Mr. Sloan that he wanted to, I think, do seat? There was a request there, I thought, to do something before something else. I'll have to pull the email up.
Yeah, I believe, I know Brandon is on the line, so maybe he could just, yeah, there he is.
Yes, to the mayor, just respectfully asking if we were able to do report A and then C before we got into the budget deliberation, and then that would free up our staff resources for the rest of the day.
Report A before report C.
A and then C.
A and then C. Got it.
Prior to B.
It's all yours. So first report is staff report PD 21-05, an application that has been received to rezone a parcel of land from agricultural zone A and hazard zone HL to extractive industrial zone to permit the establishment of a sand and gravel pit. The resource will be removed from below the water line. Livingston Excavation and Trucking and agent MHBC have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 259 Wyndham East Quarter Line Road.
I believe we have Mohammed on the line to do the brief on this report.
Awesome. Thanks.
Over to
Welcome,
Mohammed.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and the Council. So this recommendation report is for a zoning change from an agricultural and hazardland zone to extractive industrial zone. And this is to permit the establishment of a sand and gravel pit below water level. A public hearing was held in December 1st, 2020, and a number of public concerns was presented in the public meeting, and key issues has been discussed are possible impact of existing water wells in the immediate areas, appearance of the berms, the proposed berms and its maintenance issue, increased traffic and noise, and stormwater runoff from the subject side. Through Madam Chair, based on the comments received on December 1st public hearing, the applicant further worked on the proposal and addresses these issues through additional updated documents and drawings. In regard to the first issue regarding existing private wells, a monitoring program has been established to ensure that the applicant establish a baseline condition of the wells around 500 meters within the subject site. And the monitoring program includes a door-to-door survey. The applicant will inform Norfolk County, and they will on the timing of the survey, and the staff will get the opportunity to participate in this. The applicant shall confirm the water supply details such as well construction, well condition, water level measurement, and water sample. And the applicant also, they will provide the ministry, the Norfolk County, and landowner a copy of the survey result. Once the baseline data of the residential water wells are established, further investigation of water quality data will be required in case any kind of water quality complaint is filed through the ministry. So this is the monitoring program they provided. And in regard to the second issue of appearance and maintenance of the proposed berm, one concern raised by the residents about the visual appearance of the proposed berm and a lack of maintenance that would result in weed. The applicant actually revised the site plan and proposed an enhanced landscape with significant purpose. And also, planning staff advised that the subject site will be required to be in compliance with county's property stand bylaw and clean yard bylaw. These bylaws include various provisions related to property appearance, including requirement to keep property
Mohammed, I think we lost the audio on you.
Through the mayor, I'm wondering if perhaps Tricia Gibbons could jump in to finish the summary if Mohammed's frozen there.
Hi there,
Tricia,
it's Tricia here.
you're
Yeah,
online?
I'm online. Can you hear me okay?
I can. I'm just going to mute
the
Mohammed.
NGT program has no further concerns.
Okay, I'm going to try to mute him. Sorry, Mohammed. Okay.
Mohammed, we've just muted you because we're having difficulty hearing you. So essentially what Mohammed was presenting was a summary of the key items that residents and neighbors had identified as concerns. So the report summarizes how we are addressing and ensure that all of those items have been responded to. So Mohammed was just summarizing those items. I think for now we can certainly answer any questions that council may have, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. Questions from council members? Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, what happened? I know they're doing due diligence with respect to the water availability and quality issue. But what happens if something went wrong and these residents that live in that little built up area on the south end do not have water? Then what is the process? Does the county have to supply water to those people, or how's that work?
So, Madam Chair, to Council Columbus, there are two parts here. One is the quantity and the other one is the quality. So through the ministry's comments, what we found that they don't have any concern about the quantity because the extraction activity will not involve any taking any water or dewatering. So they are not concerned about the quantity, but they are concerned about the quality of the water. And that's why they asked for the first task is to have a door-to-door survey to create a baseline that what is the current quality of the water. So once they identify that will be recorded. And then if there is any contamination happens, then it will go through the ministry. So that will be through the Aggregate Resource Act and Clean Water Act, and that has to be submitted to the Ministry of Environment, and they will then the process will happen for further actions.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Further questions from council members? No other questions? Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just one of my little pet peeves. I noticed at the back of the staff report, again, we have departments who are using the terminology of no comments at this time. And I thought we were going to get past that. Either you give us your comments or reserve them, but you can't say, well, I don't have any now, but I might have some later. We need to know what it is in its entirety, what we're approving, and so does the applicant, and so does everybody else. So just a little bit for Brandon to think of, because I think the last time I complained, you weren't here yet. So. And if I could, Madam Mayor, I'd also be happy to move the staff recommendation. If you go out and look around on the roads right now, that sand that is being thrown down there for your safety has to come from somewhere. And this is an example of one of the kind of places it comes from. So I'd be happy to move staff's recommendation.
Okay, staff's recommendation has been moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Taylor, any further discussion on the matter? Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, we are at this hearing stage. Could applicants have come forward to this particular part of the meeting to make further comment over and above the public meeting that was held a month or two ago?
Perhaps I can answer that. We don't allow people to come directly here. The option for council is to submit written correspondence before the bylaw is approved.
Thank you there, Andy.
Any further questions? Or sorry, or wish to speak to the motion rather? Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Huffman, noted. Councillor Michelle, you're on the phone.
Madam Mayor, I just want to let you know, through the magic of Brent Wallace, I am with you now.
There you are. Let me pin you up here.
Okay.
That's got a pretty slick background too.
Oh, that's nice.
You're in the islands, sir.
You get good stuff when you get good people, you know?
Okay, and then Brandon, if you wanted to proceed with the next item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it bringing this one forward. Staff report PD 21-11. This is about the Destination Guide app pilot. It's an exciting initiative. Council and current staff wanted to see a shift in some of the old producing of hard copy, hard print tourism materials and instead partner with others and come up with some innovative solutions. So using a digital app for the Destination Guide is just that direction. We do need to initiate this before the end of February, and so that is why it's coming up quickly now. That will help us utilize some grant funding that we have, which saves it from the municipal tax base. I believe we have Zvi on the line in case there's any further information needed beyond the staff report or any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Questions from councillors? I'm pretty excited about this myself, actually. Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, I guess we're getting away from paper now. So this program that you're putting forward is only as good as it's going to be managed. So are you going to need extra staff time to pull this off?
Through the mayor, I'll ask Zvi to give some initial comment on this one, and then I may supplement. Go for it, Zvi.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Chop, to Councillor Columbus. I'm glad you asked that question. We have actually partnered with Innovation Factory and the Digital Main Street program. They will be providing us with a resource that will help us with onboarding the businesses, ensuring that we are able to get great profiles and manage that program for probably around 5 to 6 months and see how much effort is actually involved. And then we'll go from there. But we will be getting a resource without any cost to our taxpayers to move this project forward.
Thank you. That's good news.
Thanks, Bea. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Chop, to staff, are you able to expand and share with everyone how you'll market it so that we get people on the app in the first place? It's kind of probably sticking to some traditional methods for a little while here to get the word out, but can you talk about that?
Certainly, and through you, Mayor Chop, to Councillor Martin, we will be pursuing a multi-pronged strategy. So to begin, obviously, through traditional methods, promoting through print media, but also social. But the other piece of that is actually working closely with our partners in the BIAs and the Chambers of Commerce. And we have two projects that are coming up simultaneously. There's this tourism destination app, and there's another project, which is a digital marketplace. Both of those, the other one's an application. So both of those require us to onboard small businesses from the community onto those platforms. So we will be leveraging a subcommittee that is being created through our Economic Recovery Task Force that will comprise of BIAs and chambers, and it's their members ultimately that will be added onto these platforms. So we'll be looking to do both at the same time while working closely with those partners and of course their members.
And through the onboarding process, will there be fees associated for them to join, or what will that look like? Presently, that's what we were doing. We had a fee and we were marketing select businesses who could pay to play in our marketing strategies, but is that, do you have a different plan moving forward?
Through Mayor Chop, no, there will not be any fees, certainly not for the duration of the pilot. The purpose of this is to give it a couple of years, see how successful this is, not only to replace the guide in its printed form, but actually see how can we use a digital platform to increase visitation, increase overnight stays, increase spend, and allow those visitors that come into our community to see what else is available in Norfolk, not just go and go to the beach and bring sandwiches with them and leave, but what else can they do around them? So to directly answer your question, no, we don't anticipate any fees for the duration of the pilot.
Thank you.
Any further questions from councillors? Okay, in that case, if I could have somebody move the staff recommendation. Councillor Columbus, and seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Brandon and Zvi. That's awesome. Really exciting, and can't wait to see that rolling out for next year. Okay, moving on now to staff report item, which was B, the deferral from the Legacy Fund levy contribution. And I guess Kathy or Jason, I'm not sure which one of you is presenting, but the floor is all yours.
I'll start, Mayor Chop, and then Ms. LaPlante can provide an additional summary. I just want to give a quick high-level overview, and then Kathy or Shelley can provide a bit more detail. Just wanted to bridge the gap. There was some questions I did receive from some councillors, and in consultation with clerks and at our SLT meeting, we were, and what's written in the report is we were only looking at any items that weren't previously discussed at council. And because we discussed a lot of items and a lot of options at council, it left us with very few things to go back on. I know Councillor Huffman gave us a challenge to go back and take a look at, at other costs, but we did a fairly extensive scrub previously. We did find two small items. We did consider another item, non-management salary compensation, which we aren't recommending. But just to clear up any misconception of why we didn't go back to look at any of the other changed options previously debated by council, we did not do that because it was debated and only this item was referred to council or referred back. So just to have that context set, and I'll let Ms. LaPlante just walk you through our recommendations going forward.
Am I on Up or down? Thank you, Mayor Chop. Can everyone hear me?
Good. Yeah, Kathy, we've got you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Jason has actually indicated a lot of items that I wanted to say, because we really did look at a lot of options throughout the year. We looked, we spent many hours, we spent a lot of days looking at options. And I know you were expecting more of a detailed list of alternative options, but to be frank, we really did scrub the budget, and we have the last couple of years. So it was really difficult to find further savings. And if we did recommend any changes, we'd have to do a lot of work behind the scenes. I just don't think we would be accomplishing a sound budgeting or financial planning for our future. We could have easily recommended let's every division reduce by so much in staffing reductions, but without eliminating or reducing services. We'll repeat what we've aired in the past, that being artificially reducing our budgets again. And that's unrealistic to really ask for budgets to be reduced and services to continue at the levels they are. So if we do in this continue to move in that direction, and reduce budgets will inevitably again end up in deficits, and we'll have to right size our budgets like we have had to do in the last year or two. So as outlined in your memo within your package, we moved to exploring a restructure of the levy relief concept. It entails providing taxpayers with some relief, that being the tax penalties, reduced reserve contribution, and reduction in the proposed legacy fund loan, including a quick repayment plan. From a treasurer's perspective, I'd be remiss not to mention that a reduction actually is quite concerning. The original contribution levels proposed was to ensure we replenish negative reserve balances, provide financial flexibility, which we currently lack, and eventually build reserves to a level to meet asset management requirements, and to improve our financial footings, avoid negative reserves, and the need to issue debt. Unfortunately, we know we're in the situation that we are, and we do understand that this year may not be the year to be that aggressive. So this proposal does come with some caution too, and some rules that we've implemented to mitigate adjusting these three items. So there are rules that we've outlined in the report. Reducing the contributions will still slow down our efforts. However, we know taxpayers' affordability continues to be and needs to be a high priority, especially during the challenges of COVID-19. We also looked at a number of different options that we had actually presented to council back in December. And again, these were all options that require time. They require further analysis, further investigations. So we did review those. It wasn't like we didn't review any possible options. So we are looking at reserves. We're looking at still the legacy fund, and we're hoping that this strategy that we're putting forward is palatable for council, and it's more of a 2-year quick plan, and it still gives us time to continue to review our service levels, continue to find efficiencies, and find alternative methods of funding. So overall, at this point, I know we have to make some hard decisions at this time. So, however, staff feel this is a reasonable alternative for council to consider. And we still have a safety net to reduce further risks. So I think we've built that in for council. So I'd like to thank you. And at this time, we'd be pleased to answer any questions and assist council during their discussions.
Questions from council members? No questions from council members? Councilor Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Kathy. Kathy, I just want to commend you and all the finance staff for going back to the drawing board and finding this this additional alternative for council to consider. And I have to tell you, I quite support all of your recommendations. So thank you.
Further discussion from council members? Jason, go ahead.
I just want to point out, under risk mitigation, to council, as Kathy had mentioned, previously we had put some rules in place with the legacy fund borrowing and us changing this strategy to reduce the legacy fund borrowing and a quick payback. But we are kicking some of the can down the road, which is understandable. Staff would, what's noted in here is staff would come back to council prior to 2021 to put further financial policies in place, which will restrict a repeat of the past. And we'll fine tune those policies, but we gave you a flavor of what we were looking at. The one advantage of the hard loan type of approach we were doing before was it was a written loan with agreements that if council broke, they had to go in front back to council to vote on it. And we felt that making similar types of policies in the future for future councils to be guided by with a strict financial plan will help some of that transparency to the budgeting process. So the numbers that are listed on page in my agenda 155, 156 under risk mitigation, items 5 to 8, they're done there for illustrative purposes at this point in time, but we would come back to council with more definitive ones in September for those rules, that financial framework for council to consider under this proposal.
Now, Jason, is there a specific, am I just missing it, the actual wording of the motion, or is it just for the proposed as outlined on page?
We did not put a motion in. It was an information memo only. We did not, I'll be blunt. We went a little off script. Councillor Huffman asked for expense reductions, and though we tried, we didn't quite get the intent of her action. So we knew we went a little off script, and this is not it's only finding a few $1,000s worth of expense reductions, but it's really repositioning how we can change some of our other approaches with some of our future savings to do it. So we didn't want to be so presumptive in this case as to say we met that condition. We can, staff can easily draft up if this approach is acceptable, staff can easily draft up the recommendation on those items to put forward, but
I was going to say the items are almost outlined on in table 2, right? Just through the proposed reduction relief strategy as outlined on 152.
That is correct. It was a it's a different approach, and we wanted to be careful how we approach council with this approach. So we're providing as information, and we can staff can do up on recommendation.
Hey, Councillor Van Passen, I see your hand now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've thought long and hard on this, and as much as I don't want to set the precedent of borrowing from the legacy fund, I also have confidence that our staff did a really good job watching the budgets in 2020, and that we will have a surplus in 2021. But we also need to make the proper paper entries of where money is coming from and where it's going to. So to set a budget for 2021 with a $2 million loan from the legacy fund. And then I think we had some wording on some motions last time on how staff will bring a report when the audited financial statements come back. And if the surplus is there, we can pay back that loan, and it will be done in 2021. One of the other items that we've been challenged with is trying to carry on day-to-day operations and at the same time rebuild reserves that have been depleted or are in negative. And one of the new items was to take that increased assessment, which normally would roll over into the next year's budget, and it was proposed to put that forward as put it directly into reserves. And if we put that idea off for one more year, that frees up 1.7 million, and that gets us almost to our 5. So I don't know if there would be support around the council table to word that as a motion or have staff draft that as a motion, but that concept, borrow 2 million from the legacy fund, pay it back by June, and sort of put off the increase in the replenishment of our reserves for one more year. And I think we're just about there.
Sorry, are you not in support then of the proposed restructured relief strategy as outlined on page 152, which is?
Well, I think it's more or less the same thing, except that, staff has come up with the no penalty, no interest payment plan, which I'm not opposed to as well, but I was sort of talking in general terms. You got to get sort of, if people are comfortable with that, temporarily do a little paper loan on the legacy fund, pay it back later. I think that's step number one. If we can't get past that, we've got bigger issues.
I was thinking it might be suitable just to move the proposed restructured relief strategy as they presented as a whole. It's there, it's outlined, it's pretty to the point.
If we could, if staff would word the motion accordingly, I think I could support that and enable us to move on and get it back to other business rather than day number 8 of budgets.
Councillor,
if I can make a suggestion, I would just say that the council endorses the proposed restructure release strategy as outlined in table 2 to be implemented, for the 2021 season. I would separate the second motion out on the repayment as previously done, saying subsequent to the delivery of the audited financial statements, the surplus be used to repay the legacy fund. Because that motion was previously split out before, so I think it's easier to do it that way. And for council, as we noted in the memo, staff is gaining more confidence each week with regards to the level of the surplus. And as Councillor Van Passen says, we won't actually physically borrow money from the legacy fund. This will be a paper transaction. We'll account for it in the budget process, but we'll never actually have to withdraw it from the account because we would have the surplus we don't have the cash requirement to do it, and we'll paper the transaction back to the repayment as part of the budget process.
Hopefully.
But like I said, we're gaining more and more confidence as that goes through. And
I just don't want to put the caveat that, if something does happen and there is, we haven't had accounting errors in Norfolk County in the past. So I do have confidence, but I don't want to say that it's absolutely not going to come out because that the possibility is there.
That's correct. And that's why we like it separated to say that subsequent to the delivery of the audited financial statements, then the surplus would be designated towards the repayment first, which is what previous council's the intent of the previous motion was before.
Okay, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just before our CAO spoke, I was about to, if Councillor Van Passen was making that motion, or you were, about the items on page 152, I would be happy to second it.
Okay, and is there any, Councillor Columbus? Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. And the longer we wait to approve the budget, probably the more confidence we'll have. I noticed that the CEO spoke about the surplus for 2020. We had discussed that at an earlier meeting of the budget, a couple times, I guess. And then I had a question: is where does the sale of assets fit into this equation? I guess that's for Jason or Kathy.
I can start, and Kathy can add on. It fits in two ways. One is in the 2020 budget. we had targeted a amount of surplus assets from a specific class or specific range of assets to raise a certain amount of dollars over a period of, if I remember correctly, 3 years. So Shelley could probably correct me on that. And those funds would go directly to, those funds were targeted to go into the reserve, into reserve accounts. Because they're one-time funding sources, we tend to try to put the one-time funding to reserve accounts to fill the holes that we have. So it's not something that we count on to have to fund day-to-day operations, because you don't always sell assets to fund operations. So those, the sale of surplus assets is really a strategy to fund our depleted reserves and to fund our asset management obligations that are there. So hopefully that answers your question. We're going to look at, there'll be more reports coming to council with regards to sale of assets, and those proceeds are really targeted to reserve funds.
Thanks, Jason. A number of assets I know have been identified to dispose of. Is there any way that we can speed that up? Can we go through a real estate broker or list these properties rather than go the slow process that we're involved with right now?
I'm to record this, Councillor Columbus, and play it for our staff at the surplus asset committee meetings. The process is a little slow. To defend staff, we have to make sure that none of the departments have, like, we're always continually surprised. We think there's this open park there, we can sell it, but then we find out, oh geez, there's a water main that runs underneath of that. So therefore what we thought was an easy sale can't be. So we are going through that process. We did put out an RFP to get real estate agents enlisted on a roster to use that, and we will use real estate agents going forward. And to some extent, it's just getting dedicated time by staff to execute on these transactions. And we only have one real estate person internally. That's Lydia, and she's been quite busy. But I'll have Miss Darlington, she's leading that, and Brandon is the co-lead of that. So one of those two can provide some additional context.
Thanks, Jason. I see Brandon's hands up there. Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly through the mayor to supplement Jason. I believe there is a memo on the project that's in council's information package that talks about the process and the timing, where we're at right now and what's coming forward in the next 2 months. And so that hopefully that helps.
Shelley, is that your hand I see up as well?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Just to supplement, if I may, I didn't mean to interrupt Councillor Columbus, but the work that the Land Monetization Committee is working through is the lands identified to Council in a memo on August of 2019. So that's the focus of the lands right now, and that detailed spreadsheet was originally sent to Council back in 2019.
Thanks, Shelley. Councillor Columbus, go ahead with your next question.
Yes, I do realize that Ms. Harrison does a very thorough, great job. It's just that when we're in a financial crunch and there's assets that we could dispose of, I was just thinking of an optional way to move that forward in an upright way so that it's perceived by the public as being properly completed too. But my last question was with respect to, are there any reduced infrastructure projects, like with respect to capital projects with respect to roads and bridges in this proposal?
I'll start and I'll have Ms. LaPlante augment. We did a couple of scrubs on capital assets in the original budget process. So we took ones out that we didn't think we were going to get to, or we didn't have the staff resources to it. And then we scrubbed out ones that we could, instead of using levy dollars to substitute for debt, that was one of the budget options previously provided. You can always defer more projects or not do more, but then what happens then is your asset management liability increases, and in a couple of years you're going to have to finance your whole asset management liability. So you know, You know, so I guess my grandma used to say, why put off to tomorrow what you can do today? So we're trying to do the most we can today so that we don't have this unknown liability in the future that another council is going to have to deal with and get this council yelled at for, you know, not doing enough capital projects and leaving them in a lurch. But we did scrub them pretty heavily, and I'll let Ms. LaPlante add some other commentary to that.
Thanks, Jason. Through Mayor Chop to Council. Jason's 100% correct. We've gone through with all the project managers and looked at all the projects that they've had. Unfortunately, we've been doing that a lot. We do defer projects, but again, the capital plan is a plan similar to the operating plan that we scrub annually, and staff take a good look at it every year and realign what projects need to move forward and which ones could be deferred. And we have already deferred, I think it was approximately, it was under $1 million worth of projects that we have deferred to date. And we did go through a number of other projects during the budget session. Sorry, I can't remember which councillor requested the information, but we sat with project managers again, and the staff felt it was prudent that they move forward with these capital projects.
Thank you, staff.
Thanks, Kathy. Further question, Councillor Van Passen, did you wish to speak again?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, we're getting hit with this double whammy on the capital projects because, you know, if you remember about a year ago, this thing called COVID came along, and our staff were very proactive because they didn't know what it was going to cost. They put off a bunch of projects. We deferred a bunch of infrastructure projects just to make sure we had money to keep our residents safe. Now, at the end of the year, we found out that the province kicked some money back in. That's the reason we're having a surplus, but we did defer a lot of capital projects last year to make sure we saved cash for what was needed most. Now they're on the books, plus what would regularly be on the books. So again, we can't keep kicking the can down the road, but and I think Councillor Columbus brought this up many times, to make sure we have the staff to manage the projects we have. And I from everything I've heard from Jason and Jason, they're right on that bubble. They think they can do it, and we're maxed out on it, but we'll get there. So hopefully the weather cooperates this summer and this fall, and we'll get caught up a little bit again. But again, we're doing a double whammy on everything, it seems, lately.
That being said, I'd like to say we do take Councillor Columbus' comments to heart. A lot of municipalities, council wants unrealistic number of projects to be completed. So we are thankful that Councillor Columbus does give us a reality check every now and again and make sure that whatever we're budgeting for, we can actually do. And it is a test that we do grind Mr. Godby's team on that. So it's good that this council has a bit of a balanced view to it. There's no sense taxing if we're not going to get the projects done. And I believe that may have been an issue in prior years, but we are trying to work on that aggressively going forward.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Andy, did you want to read that out as Jason had presented it with endorsing the relief strategy as presented in table 2 on page 152?
Of course. So I did add just one thing to it, that to establish a proposed 2021 levy increase of 4.4%, just for the media and the public. So it reads that Council approved the proposed restructuring relief strategy as outlined in Table 2 of the staff memo to establish a proposed 2021 levy increase of 4.4%, and that subsequent to the delivery of the 2020 audited financial statements, the 2020 surplus be dedicated to repay the legacy fund borrowing first.
Okay, Andy, I guess maybe we'll do a recorded vote.
Terrific. All right, so Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
No.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, I guess there's another item to address, which is, I don't know, Shelley, did you guys want to speak to the issue concerning the unsolicited offer? I take offense to our staff, the suggestion that there's backroom deals going on either with this or with the Port Dover Medical Center. I think this has been the most transparent staff that we've ever seen, that have brought out all of the skeletons out of the closet. Just like with the Port Dover Medical Center, an unsolicited offer came forward, in fact, from an immediate family member of a council member. That offer was rejected by council, and we elected to proceed with a bid submission. And at that point in time, we even said if we still don't like what we see, then we will reject those offers as well. So I don't think there was anything remotely of a backroom deal to that end, and nor do I think that somebody coming forward, I think what council fails to understand, and Shelley, maybe you can elaborate, if a member of the public comes forward and makes an unsolicited offer, staff doesn't get to unilaterally decide whether or not to entertain that offer or not. So I think the purpose all you were asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, was whether council even had any appetite at all for staff to even waste their time doing a report on this matter and bringing it to council.
Ms. Darlington was on the line, and I don't know if
Thank you, Mayor
Oh, there
Chop
she is.
and Mr. Burgess. So just to provide some context, so Realty Services staff received a phone call last week and subsequently received a request in writing. So typically we get a number of phone calls and email inquiries about county lands or property. And they're considered unsolicited proposals. And as council is familiar with, it requires a subsequent report to council for direction. We've received the information. We did identify it in the report to give council a heads up that this is the information that we know as of last week. We have received something in writing since then. So staff will bring forward that report to council. I think Mr. Burgess's intent, and I don't want to speak for him, was to get some direction from council before our limited resources in Realty Services spends a significant amount of time preparing a report to council. This particular file, Marina's, is outside of the scope of the land monetization project. And we're just really looking at focusing our attention on land monetization, but certainly with an unsolicited proposal, we are required to bring that forward to council.
And I appreciate you bringing that forward in open session, fully transparent, to have a discussion about whether or not there is interest either in having that unsolicited proposal brought forward, engaging in a further RFP process, or perhaps there is zero appetite at all on either Marina and we can put the issue to bed and move on. So thank you. Questions from councilors? Councilor Martin, I see your hand up.
So seeking clarification here, Mayor Chop, with the hostility and the connection to the Port Dover Medical Center, why are you raising this the way that you're raising it right now?
I did see on your social media post, Councilor Martin, I don't think it was very supportive of staff. In fact, I take great exception to it. There was nothing backroom deals about this. I saw a number of comments on the page, and a couple were specifically referencing the Port Dover Medical Center. And again, I think that it's important for everyone to know that the same process occurred. An unsolicited offer, anybody can make an unsolicited offer to purchase a county asset. And my question back, would be, if it's not council making that decision, which staff member are you saying, we want you to decide in the background whether or not to bring that forward to council? That's not how the process works. Staff is obligated to bring that forward, just in the case that they did with the Port Dover Medical Center, as it had not yet been listed. The offer was rejected because we didn't believe that it met the mark. And council then had to make a decision at that point in time how they were going to proceed. Were they going to go and source a real estate agent? Were they going to go and say, okay, hey, we'll open it up for bids at this point in time without getting an agent? If we still don't like anything we see in the bids, then we will reject that process. We'll go back to the drawing board and we'll carry on. Ultimately, council, you know, we went through a bid process. I'm very excited for the public to find out once that all materializes. I think it's an incredible news story for Port Dover. And I just don't think that the negativity against our staff on social media is fair in saying that this is some sort of backroom deal when it's put in a document that is open to the public to read.
Okay, so for the record, I did not accuse our staff, nor did I make negative comments to our staff about a backroom deal. I went to my social media, which seems to be under quite a bit of criticism recently, to share with the public that on page 10 of our memo document, it read, staff would council would like council to provide direction on the potential sale of one or both of its marinas. These asks were part of staff's review. How recent circumstances are elevating this issue. Staff have been approached by members of the public looking to formally undertake an unsolicited proposal to buy one or both marinas. As such, this would be a decision that council would have to undertake in the very near future. The one member of the public would like to purchase one marina prior to the start of the 2021 boating season. So I took to my social media because I am a councillor with a community marina in my ward, and thought that it was imperative to share with community members as soon as possible, because if we're going to be entertaining a expedited deal prior to the 2021 season, I don't want to have to share it with minimal notice to the public. So that's why I did it. I am not going to sit here and take responsibility for backroom deal accusations with our staff. I have never said that. Of course, there is a process for unsolicited bids, and of course, those should come forward. It is my opinion and belief that an asset that large should go through an open and transparent process, especially if we are following through, as this report notes, on the 2021 budget process, where we passed a motion to identify lands as surplus first and then list. As for your comments with the Port Dover Medical Center, you're clearly alluding to me, as it was my family member. I had nothing to do with that discussion. I, in fact, went into closed session not even knowing that the family member was the candidate. I excused myself as soon as that happened, and staff even noted that they should have notified me prior to that. And since that point in time, I have not received any documentation or did not participate in the decision for the Port Dover Medical Center. I couldn't tell you what the outcome is. So I don't appreciate any notion here that I benefited from selling one property that wasn't on an open market versus another. That's not the case, nor did I make any comments towards staff. And I will continue to use my social media to connect with my constituents, especially during COVID-19. I resent the statement.
I don't think that I suggested that you benefited. In fact, they were not the recipient of the project. So I don't believe there's any benefit there whatsoever. What I'm explaining is that's how the process works. And an unsolicited offer, anybody can make that unsolicited offer, and it must come forward to council.
Right.
Exactly. I think we're actually in agreement. I too would not sell a marina with an unsolicited offer, and would agree that if it was something that council was interested in, I would advocate strongly that it would have to go through an RFP process, and I think staff ultimately would as well. But that does not remove the obligation of staff to inform council that an unsolicited offer has been made, and it is put to council for council's decision, not staff's decision. That's how it works.
And at no point in time did I suggest.
Okay, we're moving on with the discussion of the marinas.
Point of personal privilege, you do not get to speak and then not allow someone to speak in return. I never made these suggestions. I never made these suggestions, so I would prefer if that's not the closing statement you make.
When you say news to me on your post, did you prefer that? Were you hoping that a staff member contacted you? Is that the obligation to contact Councillor Martin? It was news to me when I read it in the agenda as well. I also am not privy to
your comment is that when I wrote news to me, I was suggesting that a backroom deal occurred. or that I suggested that it shouldn't go on the open process. News to me is there are 2 council members that, and if it is in fact listed in the 2020 surplus deal to identify lands as surplus and sell, yes, I think it would have been beneficial to say, Councillor Martin, Councillor Michelli, FYI.
Well, the marina is not just for the benefit of Port Dover and Port Rowan. It's actually a county-wide asset. We even charge it on our development fees. It's not a ward-specific matter. It applies to the entire county.
But it would be my
please go ahead.
To inform my constituents.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chop. If we would all like to get together and have a beer later on and discuss what's going on social media, I'd be happy to do that. But for this afternoon, I'd rather stick to the agenda and the county business, and let's get that done, and then we can go enjoy ourselves. Because I don't know, with a code orange, are bars allowed to open, or do we have to sit outside in the snow? Because I think that'd be a good day for it today. So.
Couple days till.
Okay.
Oh no, it is Tuesday, isn't it?
We'll go sit in the snow, but keep
I saw your hand
cold.
there. Go ahead, please.
Councillor Van Passen took the words right out of my mouth. Can we please move on? Thank you.
I concur. Councillor Columbus. Can we have a discussion about the marinas, which is what we're trying to talk about here? So we've explained the process. How do we want to direct
I
staff
just
right
want
now?
to add that I did receive a telephone call a couple weeks ago, and it was about whether there would be any interest in selling one of the marinas. I had told him that we have a policy and a process in place to go through with that process, and I didn't make any commitment, and I hooked him up with Lydia Harrison. And that's perhaps where all this started.
Well, that is exactly what you should have done, and that is exactly the process, and here we are. So now we have to decide how to deal with it in open session in a transparent forum and decide whether we are interested in entertaining the unsolicited proposal. I'm gathering if nobody likely is to, we would have to go through an RFP process, and there is no commitment from council either way, regardless of what is decided. It's, do we want to look at moving down that road? Do we want staff to bring back a report on options, on how it could be handled? Is it, you know, Jason, did you have some comments to add on what exactly staff's looking for?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I guess that makes me a good boy.
There you go.
I believe the one proponent may have reached out to a number of councillors. The intent of me putting in the memo was to provide a heads up to council that this was coming. And if we go to if it's a fully unsolicited proposal, it would go in camera, and then council has dealt with the situation of they're only proposing on one marina. What does that mean to the other marina? This council has raised the issue of having businesses that compete with private sector businesses numerous times, and to be in full transparency, when council directed staff to go back to look for further cuts, this issue has been raised before by senior staff members, and it was put on the table also in that budget review process, though it was a one-time funding, so we took it off the table. This is all me trying to say, you know, this would be a controversial move for Norfolk County, one that would have a lot of static attached to it. So us trying to put it on this to raise the red flag, to say this is coming whether you like it or not, was just intended to, if there is zero appetite, then I don't really need to waste hours of staff time to write a report and to just go get it, you know, slammed by council. If there is some interest in it, then staff's more than happy to take this unsolicited proposal and put some more thought into it and present a report to council. But, you know, as this council knows, I have finance staff being loaned to the public health unit. I have staff, you know, doing COVID activities. So I only have a very narrow bandwidth to deal with this issue. And I need to deploy my resources. So if it's 0 and 7 for the votes for entertaining this, then just tell me now before I waste a lot of time. If there is interest in it, staff will certainly put the report out, and we can have that more fulsome debate over a period of time. And if council also further wants to say, well, we'd only ever consider this if it was an open RFP process, well, then we can go back to this owner or this business person and say, listen, it's going to be an open RFP process. So, you know, you're going to have to give us a year to develop that process. I look at these unsolicited proposals as it's someone looking to make an investment in the community. And the worst type of no to give to a business person is the long no. As someone who used to head some of these investments, if there's never a chance to get the deal done, tell him now, and then he can move on with his life and figure out other things. If there is a chance, but there's no way it's ever going to be an acceptance of an unsolicited proposal that you'd want a competitive process, tell him now. That way he can make his decision on, and we can move towards an unsolicited proposal. I just don't want to string investors along if there's no chance of it. And this was one of the ones I thought might cause some indigestion amongst council, so that's why I wanted to give an early indication warning from, or get an early indication warning from council.
Thank you, Jason. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. One who's been harping over the years that, you know, a municipality should be in competition with private enterprise. And the marinas do come up for questions a lot of times. But I don't think we've got enough on our plate dealing with COVID right now. I don't want to add another thing on the list for staff to do. And, you know, to make the, or if I was to make the suggestion that, you know, it'll probably be looked at, but it may not be this term of council who looks at disposing or the possibility of disposing marinas. I think that would probably be about the right timeline. But, you know, we've already got staff working on a bunch of the little bits and pieces. And with COVID going on and our staff being strained to the limit, I just don't think now is the time. So, you know, come knock on our door a year or two, and maybe we'll look at an RFP on that concept. But like, I'm not going to say that it'll never happen, but I just don't see it happening in the next year or two. And I'd like to direct staff that they could relay that message, you know, to the unsolicited offer that, you know, don't forget where we live, but not right now.
I don't see that the request of something happening by this spring's voting season is impossible, even if people wanted to support the unsolicited proposal. The timelines aren't remotely there. So Jason, for you, is it put it off a year or two, or is this something we should just revisit and have a discussion at another time in the fall with some additional information from staff?
I think from my point of view, we're obligated to present this report. If it's clear that council has no appetite into it, we could, as staff, take that direction and inform the unsolicited bidder that, you know, we just won't write the report. We'll just say council's already commented on this. They're not interested in selling, you know, a marina this year. That being said, what I will say is, you know, staff are identifying assets and businesses throughout the process, and it might be something that comes up in the 2022 budget process for a process to look at this as we have more resources. But I think if you'd like, we can do a very quick report to council on the unsolicited proposal. Council can formally vote on it next week. We just won't spend a lot of time on it. If the appetite, frankly, is it's unlikely to happen. We can also advise the proponent of council's initials feelings on that, and he or she may then choose to withdraw it, because once they put that proposal in to council, even though it's in closed session, you know, people will find out potentially of somebody's plan to acquire a marina. So that's another consideration for this individual. So if it sounds like, you know, if council's not interested in contemplating it this year, then we can pass that information on. If the person wants to continue on with the unsolicited proposal, we'll deliver the report ASAP.
Any other further comments for myself? I mean, for any of the marinas, I think would have to go through an RFP proposal. I wouldn't be willing to entertain one on a one-off for that kind of an asset. I do think there's merit, even more with Port Rowan, but you know, I think I can't remember what we lost on Port Rowan last year, but I think that there really is potential there where somebody privately could put some money into it and build the marina up and you know, make it even better than it is now. But I don't, again, I think if anybody was interested, I think, you know, my 2 cents would be that it has to go through a full process. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I have no desire to even discuss unsolicited bids on an asset this large. It would need to go to the open market, be listed in an open and transparent way. I'm not even sure that I want to do that. I believe in 2018, 2019, when we sat down to do the budget, we passed a motion for the operations and management review of the marina, and then CAO Harry told Bill that it wasn't a priority and to not work on it, and then again we discussed it and it's never materialized. So I would like to see that report come forward before we start talking about the sale of the asset, looking to see how it can be operated and managed to find any efficiencies in that way.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would concur with Councillor Martin there. I do think we need to get that other report. As you alluded to, marinas in Norfolk County, we are not really talking about apples and apples, unfortunately. One is in a much different position than the other. So I think that report will help inform both council and any unsolicited bidders for future reference. Thank you.
Jason, any other comments there?
I just want to be clear. So we don't have any budget for a third-party review on the marinas. I'm not sure what was entitled with regards to an operational review. What I can say is staff have, drastically changed the operations in both marinas. From a couple of years ago, one marina is now unmanned to reduce costs. The other marina is now pricing themselves at the upper end of the market as per council suggestions and recommendations. So an operational review is targeted. When I hear the term operational review, it is how are you operating the marina? Are there efficiencies? Should you be operating it in a different manner? That would not address the question of whether you sell a marina or not. That has a different number of questions you would ask yourself. Why are you in the business? Are you the best person to be in the business? So if you want a study on a strategic review on whether you should be in the business, is now a good time to sell a marina? That's a different study than an operational review. So I would ask council, do they still want their operations reviewed, even though they've been changed drastically by staff since 2019 to reduce costs, or are they looking more for a strategic document on where should Norfolk County go with its marinas?
Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
I believe the intent initially, through you, Mayor Chop, to Mr. Burgess, the intent initially was to look at a management board. Did we want to be less heavily involved in the operations and bring a board back around the table, which I believe it was formally operated. Councillor Columbus can probably speak to that. That way at one point in time. That was the initial discussion surrounding this option and finding the efficiencies. I'm not interested in a strategic review right now to see if that's the type of business we should be in, because from this point in time right now, owning the marina in Port Dover and in Port Rowan is also part and parcel with access to waterfront, and we're undergoing our secondary plan and talking about what development looks like along the water. So for this point in time, I'm not interested in that information, but that was the original.
You're on mute, Councillor Martin.
So management styles, and that was the motivating factor for that original motion.
Which would council be satisfied if that's the motion? I think I can write something on that in Q2. I don't think there's a lot of options to it, to be fair. The advantage of a board in between the owner, that's not an equity player. I can certainly take a look at some other models. There's only a few models out there for Marina, so I can certainly look for something for Q2 prior to September to bring something back if that's the scope of it.
Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, I think I concur with Jason on this. Get us some report Q2 and look at it in the fall. We can't get everything in order to sell a marina this spring like that one individual thought we could. But anyway, I concur with the CEO.
Is that enough then, direction, Jason? You don't need a motion on that or anything, do you? Great.
Oh.
Okay, moving on to the bylaws. Andy, I don't have that in front of me. Would you be able to read that motion out for the bylaws?
Of course, Mayor Chop. So
Thanks.
just to note that Councillor Taylor, you'll jump out for the one I believe that you declared before. But the bylaws 1Z 2021, bylaw 2Z 2021, and bylaw 2021-16 to bylaw 2021-26 inclusive be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal.
A mover and a seconder. Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that's carried. And is the next one affecting Councillor Taylor?
No, so we just included him not having voted for that one.
Okay, perfect.
And then the next thing is a motion that I can likely speak to. This was added by myself from request from the county solicitor so that she might communicate to the public the council's closed decision on the LPAT related to 24 Lynn Street.
Sorry, I think I missed part of that. Andy, say that again.
Okay, sorry. So the next thing is a motion that was I added to the agenda at the request of the county solicitor. I'll read it out. That council authorized the county solicitor to share council's direction of February 9th, 2021 upon the LPAT hearing related to 24 Lynn Street, Port Dover, with interested parties and members of the public.
Perfect. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Martin and Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried. Opposed? Councillor Taylor? Okay. Oh, Lynn Street. I'm sorry. Was that you were still sitting? Okay. Okay, and then Andy, if you could help me out with the next item. I pulled my agenda apart to look for something.
Sure. Are there any notices of motion?
The motion I see here, 217, motion to publicly release council disposition February 9th for the, that was that one.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
my
so we just
apologies.
did that.
The no notices of motion from anyone. And then general announcements. Jason, in terms of the garbage issue that I called you about earlier, I think some members of the public are just wondering what's going on. I don't know if Marissa's online or if you would be able to speak to it.
Yeah, I did speak to Marissa, and I would encourage everyone to go to our website with the details. Unfortunately, we got hit. We got a double whammy this week. We had a statutory holiday on Monday and a snowstorm on Tuesday. So everyone's garbage who is to be picked up today will essentially be postponed until next week. Residents will be able to put essentially 8 bags out if they'd like, or if they'd like to take their garbage to a transfer station, the tippage fee for 4 bags will be waived. Or they can, like I said, just wait till next week and get that picked up. Because everyone's day was bumped, we would have been bumping to Sunday, which is only 1 day difference anyway. So we've decided to essentially cancel today and move it till next week with those other caveats. But I encourage everybody to go to the county website, and Matt Terry will be is putting out some social media commentary from early this morning.
The Sunday bumping wouldn't have been for the Monday garbage delivery, though.
I just mean if we were already bumping it from Fridays to Saturday, so then we would have had to bump into Sunday. Well, the challenge is then every single person in the counties would have been delayed when we would have to change everybody's garbage. So instead, we're just changing one area's garbage one week and keeping everybody else's schedule the same.
Okay, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I just wanted, after last night's storm, to thank Public Works staff for everything they do, keeping our roads clean. It woke up this morning, got the sidewalk shoveled outside of the office there before starting the meeting, and things are clear and traffic was moving. So I just wanted to extend that thanks to Public Works staff there.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor, is there a staff member with a hand up, I see?
Sorry, yeah, Mayor Chop, I just have one brief thing. I'm working away on trying to schedule this special Board of Health, and the one issue that we've come into is a little bit of a procedural hiccup, is that the procedural bylaw for the Board of Health really doesn't allow the board to hear from union reps. It actually doesn't even allow us to post anything on the agenda related to a union brief. So I was just hoping that I could use all of you being in attendance here to see if at least 2/3 of you do want us to proceed to allow them to present, because they won't attend to just sit in the audience. They want to do a full presentation to the Board of Health.
Is somebody willing to move that motion to hear from ONA at the next Board of Health meeting joint with Haldeman? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Any discussion? Sorry, Councillor Huffman, did you want to discuss? No? Okay. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Andy. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Two things. The first, through you to Mr. Grizel, what is the status on our workshop that council members have passed to take?
Thank you, Councillor Martin. So we don't have anything coming forward as of yet. I'm going to hand off to Kevin the name of somebody who comes highly recommended, Debbie Wilcox, but he'll still have to contact Debbie and find out her rates and determine with procurement if we have to go through a single source or if we have to go through another process for it or get multiple quotes. So we'll have to go through that process still, but she does come very highly recommended, and so we will try to see what she does. We have some other recommendations from people who are more of a HR facilitator, but she works more directly with council, so she is really outstanding in the role. So, but I'll pass that off to Kevin, and he'll take the ball and keep running with it. The one thing is we wanted to try to have this training to be in person, because it's really hard to do team building or address these things virtually. It's hard talking to computers, so this wasn't as urgent as the by-election, although I certainly know some councillors contacted me and thought it was very urgent.
Thank you. And the second thing I wanted to just say is I wish you well on your way. I think this was your last council meeting with us, and I appreciate all of your help and guidance over the last few years. Certainly learned quite a bit, and you've definitely been an asset from not only clerks and meetings perspective, but just your historic knowledge and your memory and your recall on former reports and former councillors' positions on items. It's been very helpful for me. So best of luck to you.
Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure, and Norfolk County's been so very good to me. I really appreciate it.
Councillor Huffman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to the clerk. When will we be meeting in person again, or how much longer now that we're in stage orange and things like that? What happens with the meetings?
I was hoping to leave that up to Kevin a bit to look into. Certainly there's nothing to stop council now if they so choose to start meeting again in person. If council does want to start that in March, pending that we don't hit a third wave, as some people are predicting,
Oh, God, no.
that would be okay. I'd still think, I'd still recommend that staff try to stay away as much as possible. Just the less people we can have congregating, the better.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I think it's kind of working out pretty well, actually. And if we need once the other pieces, if we need to go in a particular day to be all together, I mean, still many municipalities are doing this online, right? We are still the Board of Health and figuring out how to do it. I think we were the latest ones to the party of doing meetings online, but now that we figured it all out, I think it's actually been going pretty well.
Yeah, I just wondered with the change if that was going to change anything, because we were one of the last ones to go into the Zoom meetings. So I didn't know if we'd be kind of the first to jump back in. So yeah, it seems to be down to a fine art.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Huffman. Anything further? Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something that we dealt with earlier. And it was with respect to this letter by Dusty Zamanek, Chair of the Ag Advisory Board, to the Minister of Agriculture federally. Dusty sent me he's been watching what we're doing here, and he sent me a text that this letter did not go to the Minister of Agriculture yet. It actually was meant to go to Council for support to go to the Minister of Agriculture. So I think we've done, our motion is actually better than that. It goes to AMO and everybody else. So just to clarify that there was no shortcuts taken by the Ag Advisory Board. It has gone through the proper process. Perhaps there should have been a preamble mentioning how it was set to go forward to Council.
Staff, in Andy's defense, they did write under there for council endorsement. I wasn't sure myself where the confusion had come from. I think perhaps just because he had already put it on letterhead and so on, but that was actually the request. I remember, like, at the meeting, was that they go and draft this letter so that it was, you know, specific to, or more on point rather than what we could have produced.
It's labeled as December the 7th of 2020.
I think that was with the date and so on. So appreciate the clarification there. Anything else from council members? Andy, just for myself as well, a giant thank you and good luck in your next adventure. And I don't know if the cat's out of the bag yet, but I'm sure you will rise to the challenge, and we'll look forward to hearing about your endeavors in the future. So thank you again for all the assistance. I know it was you had a whole chunk of brand new council members, and that was a lot to deal with at the beginning, but you've certainly helped us out a lot along the way.
Thank you so much, Mayor Chop. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, then, if I could have a mover for the confirming bylaw 21-27, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Norfolk County, this council meeting held on the 16th day of February 2021. Moved by Councillor Michele. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. And a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Columbus. Seconded by Ruffman. All those in favor? And that's carried. It's like Jeopardy at the end. Thanks very much, everyone. Have a great night. And it's pretty nice actually finishing council meeting at 3:43 p.m. I feel like we're in Haldeman or something.
All the best, Andy.
Take care. All the best, Andy.
Thanks
Best of luck.
Yes, Andy.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Bye now.